a prize for promoting local sustainable development solutions. It is increasing climate resilience through community-driven
resilience. And I believe personally that we have to do more protective agriculture, like greenhouse farming.
Innovation is key in adding value to products.
We were the first in Jamaica to produce the sweet potato pudding mix, where we add our value, make it into a packet that you can just add water and bake a pudding in a short space of time.
I think it's a good idea to be innovative. I think you need to think through the process to make certain that your ideas can come to fruition. You want to see that there's a niche for what you can do and what you can deliver. And even if you're doing the same as somebody else, there must be demand for what you are doing so that you can fit.
Before you implement or put in a project or apply for a project.
The most important thing is to be honest, to work hard and to build a decent reputation, because people will help you if they see that you are working towards a sensible and attainable goals.
Don't allow your goal to be directed by outside voices. Find your niche product, find something different, fit a gap. Find something that makes sense and is viable and can help you.
Have a plan. You must have a roadmap for where you really want to go and keep plugging at it. Experience has taught us to be very wary of the tradesmen you use to deliver your projects for you. It's important to remember that the cheapest is not always the best. You need to get reputable people to produce the goods for your project, separate and apart.
Welcome to the Natural History Museum of Jamaica. Let us take a walk through the ecosystems of Jamaica, from the sea to the mountains, and become familiar with some of our amazing and unique wildlife, including plants and animals found nowhere else in the world. In our geology exhibit, we explore the history of the island's formation and the rocks and minerals that make up Jamaica's glorious landscape. Emerging from our rock cave, we enter the cool blue world of a healthy Caribbean.
Their original state, the most biologically diverse ecosystems on Earth. There are also other broadleaf forests that have been affected by human interaction. Tall and short, open dry forests, swamps and mangroves growing in a combination of fresh and salt water. All these forests nurture a wealth of endemic flora and fauna.
Our forests are really unique and special. You have the medicinal plants. We have a number of ferns. We have trees in our forest that exist nowhere else.
The Blue Mountains Forest Reserve is Jamaica's largest continuous block of natural closed broadleaf forest and the most significant source of water for the eastern end of the island.
We have so
The whole project was for 12 months. It had two aspects to it. One aspect was the hardware as such needed to delineate the no-take zone. The other part of it really is the growing of the coral, the restoration of the reef to start restoring the barrier, that's going to protect the coastline.
We do restoration.
The sanctuary covers 100
workmanship.
The farmers have been growing lettuce, pak choy, scallion, and strawberries. The Rural Agricultural Development Authority, RADA, provides extension services and training to farmers across the country.
We at RADA believe that farming is a business, and as such we implore farmers to seek a market before establishing any crop. If the farmer is not able to supply that market, the farmer then can approach RADA's marketing officer at the parish level, and he will work to find a linkage for that farmer to a market. And what we RADA intend to do is train these farmers for them to be better managers so they can tap into different marketing streams.
The aquaponics farms are managed by farmers or community groups who have learned a lot from their good and bad experiences.
I would encourage other communities, first and foremost, try to get the property fence, because we have had persons coming in and tampering with the pipes, pulling up the plants.
Things like continuously getting feeding for the fish, and we can't afford it. The youth who is hungry, we can't get them to be a part of this when we don't have a stipend to give them.
Because of the recent rains, the solar system did not work well for us. Now we are having issues where our machine is concerned, so that the water is not flowing freely, so that fish can get air.
We cannot do it alone. We'll have to share ideas, share resources. So we have to learn from the others and see.
Go inside the communities and create what we call alternative livelihoods. So those fishermen are transformed into another work. They're multifaceted.
And they will take it.
Climate change have now refocused and are now involved in coral gardening, which is a means of livelihood that we see that it's a viable alternative. Climate change measures that deal with the issue of depleting coral reefs. in Jamaica?
Yes, I have a passion for it, because trust me, at 30 years I do fishing. And me know what a sanctuary can bring. It motivates me a lot. So me as a warden now, me love it and want to be a part of it.
We have to thank God for it, because it have done a great thing in White River, and it is a big upliftment. And I feel that the fish there will grow.
Climate change is a significant threat to rural communities that are...
Let's all stand for the playing of the national anthem. Let's bow our heads for the opening prayer. All things bright and beautiful, all creatures great and small, all things wise and wonderful, the Lord God made them all. Each little flower that opens, each little bird that sings, He made their glowing colors, and He made their tiny wings. God of all creation, we thank you for the wondrous gift of life, for every plant and animal that has awoken this morning to the dawn of a new day of possibilities. We thank you. In the beginning, you created the universe and brought forth light. After bringing forth day, night, sky, and sea, you commanded the earth produce all kinds of plants, those that bear grain, and those that bear fruit, and it was done. Let the water be filled with many kinds of living beings, and let the air be filled with birds. Let the earth produce all kinds of animal life, domestic and wild, large and small. Then you said, and now we will make human beings, and they will be like us and resemble us. They will have power over the fish, the birds, and all animals, domestic and wild, large and small. You looked at everything you made, Lord, and you were very pleased. You then placed us humans in charge as guardians of your wonderful creation. And so today, Lord, as our Ministry of Housing, Urban Renewal, Environment, and Climate Change commences the celebration of the second Jamaican National Biodiversity Conference under the theme Living in Harmony and Nature, Issues, Challenges, and Solutions. Father, please teach us. Please enable us to be good stewards of your creation. Help us to develop and hold on to an attitude of gratitude for all you have provided. Create in us a heart that is willing and committed to study and understand, and therefore be able to protect and to preserve. We pray for all our ministries, our departments, and our agencies with their various mandates and responsibilities to protect and preserve Jamaica land we love. We pray for blessings, wisdom, guidance, and discernment for all persons who have contributed and who will be contributing to the success of this event. These and all your mercies we ask and pray in your humble and in your precious name. Amen.
Amen. I want to thank Ms. Lloyd for that prayer, a prayer, biodiversity prayer, and a prayer of integration. Thank you very much. Good morning. Good morning. Welcome to Jamaica's second National Biodiversity Conference. I'd like to thank you for joining us wherever you are in the virtual world, and for those of us who are here with us. Let me quickly recognize the participants at the head table. You heard from Ms. Simone Lloyd already, but I'd like to recognize the Honorable Pernell Charles Jr., Minister of MUREC, Dr. Alwyn Ailes, CDJP, Permanent Secretary in the Ministry. I'd also like to welcome Mr. Oliver Blake, who is representing Her Excellency the British High Commissioner
a protected area of 134 hectares using 50 buoys and to grow 1,000 pieces of staghorn corals in 5 nurseries.
The White River project is unique in that their project is in the White River. And so before they started, they had to get permits, beach permits from NEPA. And this took a while, but because of the persistence of their project manager, Belinda Morrow, they were able to pursue it, and finally they got it, and so they began the project.
Representing Her Excellency the British High Commissioner
done some intercropping with Scotch bonnet peppers.
It had taken some work to secure the land in Colbeck St. Catherine, but soon after that, he got a climate smart loan from JN Small Business Loans through their climate change adaptation line of credit, and he was ready to go. He got his team together and jumped into planting his first crop of onions for a growing market.
This is where we sow the seed. So when we get this, now we transplant them in the farm.
He was particularly happy that through the loan, he had an irrigation system which would allow him to better fight the drought that was affecting Jamaica. Fast forward to May 2017.
We had actually experienced 3 floods on this farm. We lost crops due to the rain in the early stages. That was within 2 to 3 weeks after they were planted.
Who is representing Her Excellency the British High Commissioner.
Interventions by Randy and his team helped him not to lose everything, but they have all learned some lessons from
that this is a protected area and there's no fishing allowed inside here.
Research shows that Jamaica's fish catches
Mr. Oliver Blake, who is representing Her Excellency the British High Commissioner.
small business loans.
Mr. Finnegan, as a part of his project, you know, he produces a number of crops, but specifically for this particular
who is representing Her Excellency the British High Commissioner. Mr. Oliver Blake, who is representing Her Excellency the British High Commissioner. Mr. Oliver Blake, who is representing Her Excellency the British High Commissioner. Mr. Oliver Blake, who is representing Her Excellency the British High Commissioner. Mr. Oliver Blake, who is representing Her Excellency the British High Commissioner. Mr. Oliver Blake, who is representing Her Excellency Mr. Oliver Blake, who is representing Her Excellency the British High Commissioner. Oliver Blake, who is representing Her Excellency the British High Commissioner. Mr. Oliver Blake, who is representing Her Excellency the British High Commissioner.
Try and do something to earn an additional income for themselves. We chose to make flour. We have our own traditional sweet potato pudding mix. We also make a gluten-free dumpling mix. We make plantain porridge mix, and of course we have the flours, the straight flour, cassava, breadfruit, sweet potato. The AP and FM financing was to build a refrigerator. We store our potatoes in there. And then now we use the production center behind us to do our wet work and our drying. We started off, myself and production manager Daniel, working 3 or 4 days a month. And now we have a group of 7 or 8 part-timers, and we work every day, right? We make £2,000 to £3,000 of flour a month.
The production process is pretty simple. It's potatoes coming in from the field. It's washed, sliced, peeled, dry. They bring them in a chip form, and those chips go through the mill and comes out flour. Here at Jeton Products, our facility is solar powered.
The greenhouse project was part of the AP and FM grant fund through the EFJ. So we have a greenhouse that needed to be moved from one point to another, and to build a water catchment base, storage base to supply that greenhouse, plus another greenhouse that we had. So the one that the project really funded was very, very successful. And we are in the process now to restart undercropping in there.
The Jeffreytown Farmers Association has received a number of local and international awards over the years, including the Equator Prize for promoting local sustainable development solutions. It is increasing climate resilience through community-driven efforts.
It's helping food security in that way, and helping livelihoods, actual cash flow in your pocket, helps build resilience in a community.
Our whole endeavor with all the projects that we've done is about climate resilience. And I believe personally that we have to do more protective agriculture, like greenhouse farming.
Innovation is key in adding value to products.
We were the first in Jamaica to produce the sweet potato pudding mix, where we add our value, make it into a packet that you can just add water and bake a pudding in a short space of time.
I think it's a good idea to be innovative. I think you need to think through the process to make certain that your ideas can come to fruition. You want to see that there's a niche for what you can do and what you can deliver. And even if you're doing the same as somebody else, there must be demand for what you are doing so that you can fit in. So you have to have an income generating activity that is sustainable, can hold its place in the market, and can maintain the assets of the association or the group.
And what are some of the lessons that have been learned?
Utilize the people that have the expertise before you implement or put in a project or apply for a project.
The most important thing is to be honest, to work hard, and to build a decent reputation, because people will help you if they see that you are working towards a sensible and attainable goals.
Don't allow your goal to be directed by outside voices. Find your niche product, find something different, fit a gap, find something that makes sense and is viable and can help you.
Have a plan. You must have a roadmap for where you really want to go, and keep plugging at it. Experience has taught us to be very wary of the tradesmen you use to deliver your projects for you. It's important to remember that the cheapest is not always the best. You need to get reputable people to produce.
In our community.
We are so excited about it because it's the first we have seen something like this.
Aquaponics combines fish farming with soilless crop production. InMed Partnerships for Children was contracted by the AP&FM to provide technical support for 5 communities to get their aquaponics systems built and operational. InMed is an international non-profit organization working on climate-smart agriculture and opportunities for sustainable livelihoods.
We were contracted to build out these systems and provide training to ensure their successes. It will be a social enterprise that will provide profits to the community.
The aquaponics farm is climate smart agriculture. It entails using fish to fertilize crops. So the fish are stored in tanks, the water is pumped from the fish tanks into the grow beds. The gravel in the grow beds filter the water. The roots trap the fertilizer and the filtered water goes back to the fish. So it's a recycling process that is called closed loop.
It's taking you from the traditional farming method and showing you something new, an easier way, a shorter period of time to cultivating.
The process is supposed to yield double the production of traditional farming.
Whatever the environment is, this has a controlled setup. You can earn more, produce more, not just fish, but also vegetables. And it is a win-win because it is also environmentally friendly.
The crops are clean. We have no soil to contend with and we use less chemicals. The chemicals we use are bio-friendly because they have to be bio-friendly for the fish.
Apart from having healthy food, we use up less land space and we also use less workmanship.
The farmers have been growing lettuce, pak choy, scallion, and strawberries. The Rural Agricultural Development Authority, RADA, provides extension services and training to farmers across the country.
We at RADA believe that farming is a business, and as such we employ.
So what we want to do is to create a no-take zone, the idea being that that within that area the fish population would come back, and so by doing that, that would help the reef to come back because the reef helped the fish. And in addition, we would grow some corals, so we'd restore the reef as well.
The sanctuary covers 150 hectares of coral reef, seagrass beds, and sand from Hermosa Cove to Prospect. It is operated by the White River Fishermen Association and the White River Marine Association. They are all pushing to see a 500% increase in the fish size and numbers in the next 5 years. Success indicators include increase in fish stock and coral coverage, healthier marine life and beaches, and better shoreline resilience for coastline settlements. The project implementing team was excited to share some of the progress made, including the sanctuary being patrolled 24 hours daily by the WRFA fishers employed as wardens, and the coral nurseries being cleaned twice per month by fishers employed as coral gardeners.
Those coral gardeners themselves, they are trained up fishermen that are trained to be divers, PADI certified divers, and then trained scientifically by local scientists to go out and take care of the corals themselves. They've assisted us in ensuring that we have what we call demarcation buoys, which are buoys that are out there very visible, and they basically say to everybody, fisherman, non-fisherman, anybody that's into the sport, that this is a protected area and there's no fishing allowed inside here.
Research shows that Jamaica's fish catches are down 600% since 1950.
When we were fishing at first, you could catch big fishes. Now it moved down to inch and a half size now. That most of the fishermen are catching inch and a half fish, half-inch fish, and when you go out there, it's like almost no fish.
The project was funded by the Special Climate Change Adaptation Fund. The fund is administered by the Environmental Foundation of Jamaica for the adaptation program and financing mechanism of the pilot program for climate change resilience.
That project funds the coral gardeners, which are key persons in ensuring that those actual corals grow. It funds us to go in. We maintainers.
We get a training how to patrol. We caught a lot of people because some of them say they didn't know that it is open. Some didn't take it serious, but for everybody, we give them a first warning. We have a contact with the water police if somebody decide to.
Gardening, which is a means of livelihood that we see that is a viable alternative, and this experience will provide a good example for other coastal villages to implement climate change measures that deal with
because trust me, at 30 odd years I do fishing and me know what a sanctuary can bring. It motivates me a lot, so me as a warden now, me love it and want to be a part of it.
We have to thank God for it because it have done a great thing in White River and it is a big upliftment, and I feel that the fish there will grow.
Situation. The Adaptation Program and Financing Mechanism (AP&FM) for the Pilot Program for Climate Resilience (PPCR) through the Environmental Foundation of Jamaica (EFJ) has funded efforts to build the resilience of communities such as Jeffreytown in St. Mary.
Jettown products. Women wanted to try and do something to earn an additional income for themselves. We chose to make flour. We have our own traditional sweet potato pudding.
Excellency, British High Commissioner of Jamaica, Her Excellency, I apologize, Judith Slater, British High Commissioner to Jamaica, to bring remarks. Mr. Blake.
Mr. Chairman, Honourable Minister, Permanent Secretary, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm very pleased to be the British High Commissioner to Jamaica. And bright blue sea.
The process is pretty simple. It's potatoes coming in from the field. It's washed, sliced, peeled, dry. They bring them in a chip form, and those chips go through the mill and comes out flour. Here at Jettown Products, our facility is solar powered.
The greenhouse project was part of the AP and FM grant fund through the EFJ. So we have a greenhouse that needed to be moved from one point to another, and to build a water catchment base, storage base, to supply that greenhouse, plus another greenhouse that we had. So the one that the project really funded was very, very successful. And we are in the process now to restart undercropping in there.
The Jeffreytown Farmers Association has received a number of local and international awards over the years, including the Equator Prize for promoting local sustainable development solutions. It is increasing climate resilience through community-driven efforts.
It's helping food security in that way. working.
Our
living in
best
harmony with
resources
nature.
is our
Having
people
collectively
and our
abused our
land that
natural
we
heritage
have.
for so long,
And the conditions, as
now
bad
is the
as the
time to
weather
put in
is,
place
we
long-term
can survive.
sustainable action
Only
to
for
protect
us
our oceans.
to allow the
And in
people
so
to
doing,
utilize
we will
the
find that we
space
also
they have.
protect ourselves.
You represent her in this, our second biodiversity, National Biodiversity Conference. And as I said earlier, we would like to thank the British government for the ongoing support that we receive to conserve our biodiversity. Thank you very much. Let's invite you to view remarks by Miss Elizabeth Marima, Executive Secretary, Convention on Biological Diversity. Miss Marima.
Ladies and gentlemen, biodiversity loss and ecosystem collapse threaten the progress that has been made towards sustainable development goals, especially in small island states in which the biodiversity and climate crises are already being acutely experienced. We are now at the precipice of this great challenge, but this is also an opportunity to move toward a path of sustainability and achieve our ambition of living in harmony with nature. As you know, this is the vision behind the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework and the 4 goals of the framework, which in their draft form include enhancing the integrity of all ecosystems with an increase of at least 15% in the area, connectivity, and integrity of natural ecosystems, supporting healthy and resilient populations of all species, reducing the rate of extinctions by at least 10-fold, halving the risk of species extinctions across all taxonomic and functional groups, and safeguarding the genetic diversity of wild and domesticated species, maintaining at least 90% of genetic diversity within all species, halting or reversing the increase in the extinction rate and reducing the extinction risk by at least 10%, with a decrease in the proportion of species that are threatened, and enhancing or at least maintaining the abundance and distribution of populations of species, ensuring that nature's contributions to people are valued, maintained, or enhanced through conservation and sustainable use, supporting the global development agenda for the benefit of all, and that the benefit from the utilization of genetic resources are shared fairly and equitably, with a substantial increase in both monetary and non-monetary benefits shared, including for the conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity. These goals represent the outcome that we want for the world. However, in order to achieve these global outcomes, there will be need to be a nationalization of the Global Biodiversity Framework goals and targets, accompanied by national strategies, actions, and thus implementation. This includes continuing the progress that is already being made through the implementation of national biodiversity strategies and action plans. This national forum, which aims to look at how Jamaica can move toward living in harmony with nature through identifying issues, challenges, and solutions, is an excellent example of how a country can already be thinking of delivering on the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework. I am impressed by the initiative and dedication that have gone into making this forum a success. I commend you on this endeavor to translate the Global Biodiversity Framework into national ambition, targets, and actions. Thank you.
I'd like to thank Ms. Marima very much for that message. Ladies and gentlemen, participants, this second National Biodiversity Conference is rich. You hear it in the remarks that we have already received, and what we need to do is to develop strategies and action plans to implement these ideas. And we are also happy that Jamaica is recognized for the work we're doing in conserving our biodiversity. I'd like now to invite a Caribbean man, our friend, from St. Lucia, from Trinidad to St. Lucia, to Nairobi, back to Kingston. Our friend Vincent Sweeney, who is the head of the Caribbean Sub-Regional Office, United Nations Environment Program. Vincent, welcome Vincent Sweeney.
I'm very pleased to welcome you to Jamaica's National Biodiversity Conference, which is hosted this year under the theme, Living in Harmony with Nature, Issues, Challenges, and Solutions. Jamaica, as a small island developing state, is vulnerable both ecologically and economically to ecosystem loss and the resulting climate change impacts. Island biodiversity, such as what is found in Jamaica, is often endemic and therefore is extremely vulnerable to changes in or loss of ecosystems. Our economy depends heavily on protecting the biodiversity and habitats of this island. We are seeing the beginning of a new decade, and with that brings new challenges that we must face. Almost every aspect of lives, whether we realize it or not, is dependent on our biodiversity and ecosystems. The post-2020 biodiversity framework outlines a transformative, ambitious plan to halt and reverse nature loss by 2030 and create a more nature-positive world. Governments, businesses, civil society, and individuals all have their part to play if we are to meet the framework targets. If we are to truly live in harmony with nature, the goals of this framework need to be a priority for each participant in this conference. The Bridgetown Declaration, made this year at the 22nd Forum of Ministers of the Environment for Latin America and the Caribbean, recall the importance of including biodiversity protection and ecosystem restoration in our efforts to build back better after the coronavirus pandemic. It is necessary for us to keep this in mind now as we continue to fight the effects of this pandemic. Our plans to build back better must take into account Jamaica's unique environmental and biodiversity needs. This year, Jamaica also marked the launch of the UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration. The decade represents a call to action that we must meet. Events such as this conference represent key opportunities to pull together to stimulate sustainable change. Only through a community effort can we achieve the seemingly impossible task of bending the curve on biodiversity loss and bringing back plants and animals from the brink of extinction. I would therefore like to extend my gratitude to all attendees for committing to coming together and working to be part of the solution to one of the most vital challenges facing our society today. On behalf of the UN Environment Program, I wish you a successful and inspiring conference. Thank you for your time.
Thank you too.
I would therefore like to extend my gratitude to all attendees for committing to coming together and working to be part of the solution to one of the most vital challenges facing our society today. On behalf of the UN Environment Program, I wish you a successful and inspiring conference. Thank you for your time.
Thank you too, Vincent, for your remarks. And as I said, Vincent is a Caribbean man. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to invite the Honorable Minister to come to the podium to address us. But I would like to say that having sat there and listened to the remarks, including remarks I made about policy action and strategies, the need to mobilize resources, we have as our Minister of Housing, Urban Renewal, Environment and Climate Change, the Honorable Pernell Charles Jr., who will come to the podium to address us. Minister Charles.
Thank you, Brother Knight. I'm listening to you, and it looks like you're going to be running a church at some time. You sound like a good pastor. But let me say good morning to everyone. I'm acknowledging, of course, those on the platform with me, including our permanent secretary, our CEO of NEPA, Brother Clark, representing our High Commissioner, Blake, representing our High Commissioner. I've noticed that CTD is always working and never finds herself on the platform, but I've sent you a message asking you why you're not up here. And everyone who is with us, the head of GIS and others. Of course, we couldn't do this without the expert services that we're receiving from those behind the scene, as well as our national icon over there that allows us to communicate with as many Jamaicans as possible. The importance of this conference should not be understated. And I want to thank CTD Guthrie and her team and all who have contributed to putting this together, Peter, because you know, we have a tendency to care more about our car, about our clothes, even the phone, than we do the living things around us. And it is important for us to take the opportunity to inform the nation on what biodiversity is, what the ecosystems are. These are not the scientific terms that sound like some kind of foreign language. These are terms that are critical to us understanding how best to live on this planet, how best to maximize how we interact, how we protect, how we preserve. And I want to say thank you to our poet, laureate, esteemed Olive Senior, for honoring us by participating as a special invited guest at this conference, and all the sponsors and partners who understand the importance of the discussion around biodiversity. Because I'm telling you, Permanent Secretary, for many, when they hear national biodiversity, they don't even bother to listen to it. Because it seems like it's just Peter Knight and his people at NEPA who understand what it is. But we want to break it down so you get the importance. Food security, water security, your own peace, being able to walk out into the gardens, being able to carry your spouse or your children to play. It is important for us to take care of our environment. It is important for us to understand the connection between protecting the plants and animals that are in Jamaica and nowhere else. Because everything on this earth has a specific responsibility and a role. And so, we appreciate the gifts of nature, the rain, the sunshine, and the diversity of the animals and plants that we are blessed with on this earth, especially Jamaica. Unfortunately, it is we who have caused those same living organisms that we depend on to suffer at our hands. And that is why so many species have been completely wiped out, extinct. Flora, fauna, and others are now put at serious risk. According to the report from the United Nations Environment Programme, 20% of all vertebrate species are threatened with extinction, while coral reefs are declining. The number of dead zones in the oceans are rising rapidly. And how does that connect to me if I live in Rocky Point or if I live in Hellshire? Well, the coral reefs are the rock structures that nature has provided to protect the land because it breaks the water. And so when you stay on the beach and you skim the stone and you look out and you see sometimes the waves crashing way out there, they're crashing on the coral reef, and it stops that heavy magnitude of wave to come onto the shore. It's God's plan, and we are messing up the plan. And this conference is one of the mechanisms that we use to inform people how they can, one, stop messing up God's plan, and two, get on board with ensuring that we are protecting what we have been provided with, and find that way of maximizing the potential of using our plants and animals without abusing our plants and animals, including us. Remember, we are animals. I had this discussion, Mr. Knight, with my daughter, who is 11, and explaining that we humans are part of that system. And that is one of the issues too. Human beings have caused themselves to believe that we are so mighty that we don't need anything else. Once we have the phone and the iPad, once we have a stove and a TV, and we can go to courts and buy things, we're good. Because we are not contemplating living years from now in a space where the weather events have so intensified that you can't use and the TV and the phone because the poles are down. So we have to think about the connections and the interconnections between our biological diversity and our life. It is the United Nations Secretary General who said, biological diversity resources are the pillars upon which we build civilizations. Adding, for example, that fish provide 20% of animal protein to about 3 billion people, while over 80% of human diet is provided by plants. What will we do if we continue to reduce food security and also continue to pollute our oceans, which is causing the fish to die? What will happen then to the 3 billion people who are relying on fish and other animal as 20% of the animal protein? So those connections are what I'm trying to ensure us to make. And the preservation then of our biological diversity or biodiversity is critical to the preservation of our own life, our own natural history, our culture, our way of life. Look on Hope Gardens. I remember as a youngster, not too long ago, by the way, I remember my mother would carry me to Hope Gardens because I wouldn't stay still in the house. And it's not like now where Abigail Smythe and everyone is just phones and iPad and these things. But then you had to break glass and kick ball and catch things outside and make bow and arrow. And so I'd go to Hope Gardens because she found it a place of serenity. And that's where we would study. And so it's also about you being able to protect and preserve the history, the culture, the spaces that become spiritual places, the places where you can find peace. What will we continue to destroy our ecosystems if we continue to simply abuse what is around us, what's given to us as gifts? And so the transformative actions that are necessary to put the planet on a pathway towards resilient and sustainable development do not come easy. It has to be deliberate efforts on our part, collective commitment on our part, increased global ambition on our part. The future we want, living in harmony with nature. And I had the pleasure of attending the virtual format of the recently held 15th Conference of Parties to the Convention on Biological Diversity, as our global community continues to work towards the conclusion of negotiations on the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework. And I must pause to acknowledge the presence of one of his co-chairs. Is that CTD? Mr. Basil Van, should I even try the last name? How do you say it? Have, of Canada. And we are indeed fortunate to have you as one of the presenters at the conference. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me not take too much time. What is needed is increased momentum if we are to successfully implement the new ambitious global biodiversity targets by 2030. Implementation needs to be carried out at the community, national, regional and international levels. And due consideration also needs to be given to environmental vulnerability in regard to the provision of concessional financing for development in line with our key standards and our key objectives towards the Agenda 2030. Now, for small countries like Jamaica, this discussion is even more important, I am certain that we understand how critical our unique features are to our tourism product. And by protecting and preserving our biodiversity, we are welcoming persons who are attracted to this kind of, not just the look, but those who understand the importance of ecotourism, for instance, of the ecological balance. You have a whole new sector of the tourism, that we can be able to exploit in a positive way. Persons who want to go on hikes and who want to go on trails and who just want to travel to spaces where they can see animals and plants that are indigenous. So we have greater opportunity in Jamaica if we are to go on this pathway towards sustainability and resilience. And indeed, our own Professor Dale Webber, who's the principal of the UA Mona campus and the chair of my Climate Change Advisory Board, he noted that over 8,000 species of plants and animals had been recorded here in our country, and that Jamaica ranked 5th in the world, 5th in the world in terms of endemic species. How many of you knew that? You knew that? I mean, I never knew that either. But the reality is, that means we have a competitive advantage, and we have to maximize our competitive advantage. So protecting our plants and animals is not just throwing out a phraseology like that. No. By protecting our plants and animals, we are protecting our tourism product. We are protecting livelihoods for our people. We're protecting food. And we're not saying that you can't utilize plants and animals, Mr. Knight. What we're saying is do so in a way that allows us to regenerate, allows us to be sustainable in our practices. So we must reduce the several threats to our ecosystems, and biodiversity, including the change in land use, including pollution, encroachment on natural habitats, burning, the hunting and the harvesting of endemic species. It must stop. The black-billed parrot and other exotic pets, over-harvesting of our fish. It's just not a smart way to approach life. Getting everything now and having nothing later, that's nonsensical. That is you putting your children and their children in a position which is disadvantageous. And so, given all those factors, rehabilitation and restoration of degraded and vulnerable ecosystems has been identified as a national and international priority. And we know that tree cutting, illegal tree cutting, is one of the issues that we have targeted, as well as also looking on the illegal quarrying and also illegal settling, because all of these things impact on our ecosystem. I want to point quickly to our interconnectedness between biodiversity loss and one of its main drivers, which is climate change. You know that I could not come and not speak specifically to the issue. One of the issues is our use of fossil fuels for energy, which has polluted the atmosphere and is actively and rapidly turning the planet into a greenhouse. Ecosystems are extremely sensitive to the impacts of climate change, with the most vulnerable areas being our coral reefs, our forests, our coastal wetlands, including the mangroves. And these are all areas we depend on. Those mangroves that you speak of are the spaces that provide the environment for our fish to flourish. That's where the fish go into and create fish sanctuaries and make their babies, because they're protected from all of the harsh weather. So when we look and we say, boy, it's just bush. It's not just bush. The roots and the leaves and the interconnectedness and interweaving is what God wanted to create a shelter. So when we go in and we over-harvest, what we do is we destroy what our children will need tomorrow, which is nonsensical. And so these areas that are extremely sensitive to climate change, we have to protect them, which is why you see the government pushing on mangrove rehabilitation projects. This is why you see the government pushing in terms of protecting coral reef, and we are supporting several NGOs and others that are doing the scientific work to see how we can grow coral reef, even in the labs, which is why you see us advancing our 3 million trees in 3 years. And not just planting trees, but protecting spaces. I don't think any administration has effectively identified as much protected areas as we have. We recently protected, what was it, Black River? Black River. So there has to be an ongoing collaboration and cross-fertilization between the scientific bodies that provide that empirical information for us on both biodiversity and climate change, so that we can provide comprehensive, accurate, and up-to-date information to make the right decisions as policymakers in terms of the policies that we design and the legislation that we promulgate. One example of this is the recent collaboration between the Intergovernmental Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services and the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change in producing what we now call a 2021 Biodiversity and Climate Change publication, linking those two very critical areas and finding a way to use the information, the evidence rather, to help us define the best steps for the future. In an effort to significantly reduce our risk and vulnerability to natural disasters, it is going to be important for us to increase resilience and the robustness of critical ecosystems, particularly the coastal and the marine ecosystems, such as I said, mangroves and coral reefs, and we're doing so. Additionally, terrestrial, which is on land, ecosystems such as forest can significantly aid in sequestration of carbon dioxide emissions. What does that mean, Minister? So plants that are in the forest, when you went to primary school, you were taught, we as human beings, we need what to live? There's no one in the class. What we need to live? Oxygen. Right. I'm a teacher too, Mr. Guthrie. So we need oxygen to live. So when we take in the oxygen, we emit carbon dioxide. What do the plants need to live? Carbon dioxide. And when they take in the carbon dioxide, what do they emit? Oxygen. Is God telling us that we are connected? It's a simple process, you know. It's a circle. And it goes around. So what happens if we kill off the plants who are providing the oxygen? Who are we ultimately killing? Ourselves. That's it. Everything is connected and it is all a circle. That's why you hear circle of life. The application of nature-based solutions and the resulting climate change mitigation and adaptation co-benefits cannot then be discounted. And so I want to take the opportunity to highlight, as I close off, Jamaica's endorsement of 2 country-led biodiversity initiatives. Firstly, the High Ambition Coalition for Nature and People, which is an intergovernmental group of countries co-chaired by Costa Rica and France, and by the United Kingdom as the Ocean co-chair. The HAC champions a global deal for nature and people with the central goal of protecting at least 30% of the world's lands and oceans by 2030. And this global target aims to halt the accelerating loss of species and protect vital ecosystems that are the source of our economic security. Political leaders that are participating in the UN Summit on Biodiversity in September 2020 represented 93 countries from all regions, and the European Union. And they have committed to reversing biodiversity loss by 2030. The second is the Global Ocean Alliance, which aims to protect, again, at least 30% of the global oceans in marine protected areas and other effective area-based conservation measures by 2030. Now, why are we setting all of these targets? And what am I talking about when I say we're protecting the ocean? Because what I find, PS, is when we speak about protecting the ocean, human beings don't connect it to protecting human beings. They align it with persons who are just environmentalists or activists or tree huggers or ocean lovers or whatever name they want to call. Because we have not properly informed, or people have not informed themselves of the connectivity between protecting 30% of our oceans and protecting what is in the ocean, which we need to eat, to live, to enjoy. So at the first Global Ocean Summit, Jamaica committed to expanding our protected area network by 2% with the declaration of Black River and Pedro Keys and surrounding waters as protected areas under law. And we have done Black River, and we're now finalizing the first and working assiduously, finalizing Black River and working assiduously on Pedro Keys. Also, as part of the commitment, my ministry is working on the Keys management policy for Jamaica. In the next Global Environment Facility replenishment, which is basically in the next phase of money that's giving out to countries like Jamaica and others, right, Ms. Guthrie? We will also be pursuing a number of priority projects, including further exploring the operationalization of the payment for ecosystem services. And this is one of the key deliverables which came out of the recently concluded Yalla's Hope Integrated Water Management Project. And it's important because we have to find ways to incentivize people. Not everybody who hears what I'm saying now is going to say, wow, Minister, I agree. Some people may not care much about it. So we want people to be incentivized and find a way to get them involved in transferring what they're doing now into a more sustainable livelihood. All right, 2 more seconds. And we want to look forward to also strengthening our partnerships, strengthening our collaboration towards an ambitious post-2020 global biodiversity. But I want to leave you with this quote from Monaco's Prince Albert, who said, "It is together that we will be able to save our biodiversity." This is a principle of effectiveness, but it is also a principle of humility. None of us can act alone. And I want you to think on that and understand the critical nature of how interconnected we are. I want to wish you all a successful and informative conference, and may you all leave with the insight on the critical benefits of preserving and conserving our biodiversity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Charles Jr. We can see that you're well prepared by CTD Gillian Guthrie, who is in my mind the foremost authority on environmental management and policy in the public sector. But Minister, we also saw your science training background, twin with your legal training, and no, I didn't know about the teaching. Coming to the fore, but you preach a better sermon than me. And Minister, we thank you for your address. I hope the participants found it inspiring and also recognize that we have work to do. We can't sit back. We have work to do. Thank you very much, Minister Charles Jr. We will now have a performance by Mr. Rolando Williams. Welcome, Mr. Williams.
Plastic around my down, drinks, buckle, drinks, straw. Plastic from the bone, foam box, foam plate, and the foam cup. If them can't recycle, then repurpose. Uno people take garbage man for your scapegoat. You think if you're no litter, me nah no walk. I call pa my name when something block your dream, but when you check it out, you are the one forget the blame. Clean it up. No bother mess up the place. Clean it up. Plastic take a while for degrade. Clean it up. Do. No bother mess it up. Clean it. Clean it. Me I beg you clean it up. Bamboo. At the rival for steel, might just use it to serve the next meal. It grow anyway, except in a cold weather. But we're alright, we're living in a hot temperature. Banana leaf, great for packaging. Unwrap the blue draw, see the steam rising. Reduce plastic and start wrap with it. It degradable, and no problem for that shred. It clean it up. Nobody mess up the place, clean it up. Plastic, our greatest waste, clean it up. Do. Nobody mess it up, clean it, clean it. Me I beg you clean it up. Clean up the harbors for beautiful seas. Build a blue economy, protect the species. Plant some trees, reduce CO2 for me and you. Trees give we food, shelter, tools, and wood. So if you treat them good, just keep it clean, people. Just clean it up. Just clean it up. Clean it up. Nobody mess up the place. Clean it up. Plastic take a while for degrade. Clean it up. Do. You're not for mess it up. Clean it. Clean it. Me I beg you clean it up. Clean it up. You're not for mess up the place. Clean it up. Clean it up, please. You're not for mess it up. Clean it, clean it. Me I beg you, clean it up.
Thank you very much, Ronaldo. That was well done, and it also speaks to Ms. Guthrie, our policy decisions and policy instruments that have been taken over the years to clean it up and to give us a better environment and to conserve our biodiversity. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to welcome and introduce to you Dr. Shobha Maharaj. And I'll just like to say a few words about Dr. Maharaj. Dr. Shobha Maharaj is a graduate of the University of the West Indies with a Bachelor of Science double major in Zoology and Botany honors and an MPhil in Environmental Biology honors, who then went on to obtain a doctorate from the University of Oxford, looking at impacts of climate change upon biodiversity within small island states. Dr. Maharaj has spent the last 12 years in a combination of research and practitioner roles focused on climate impacts, sustainable nature-based adaptation and mitigation strategies across biodiversity hotspots at both global and regional scales. In the Caribbean, her work has been largely centered around projecting climate impacts upon biodiversity and protecting protected area planning with heavy focus on risks, vulnerability, and climate adaptation and mitigation, especially within the agriculture, forestry, and other land use sector. Her work seeks to inform and augment existing conservation strategies in order to increase the natural, adaptive, and resilient capacities of Caribbean nations. And some of this work has been integrated into updated national policies in Trinidad and Tobago. And I'll just read a sentence at the global scale. She's one of 50 international scientists who produced the recently released IPBES IPPC report on biodiversity and climate change and is currently serving her second IPPC assessment report. The upcoming AR6 working group. Dr. Maharaj, her greatest concern for biodiversity conservation, especially in response to changing climate within the Caribbean and other island nations, is a chronic paucity of data, and I quote her. The lack of dialogue on this issue continues to perpetuate this paucity and hinders our capacity to develop the robust assessments and projections needed to effectively increase our adaptive and resilience potentials. End of quote. Welcome. We will now welcome Dr. Maharaj.
Good morning, everyone. I will be talking to you today about biodiversity loss under changing climate conditions within a Caribbean context. As a native of the Caribbean, and especially as someone who has spent the better part of the last decade or so researching around this theme, I am truly delighted to be able to speak to you on this topic today. Because I honestly believe that with time, this is going to become more and more important to the people of the Caribbean as they go about their daily lives. So we have two phenomena that we're talking about. On the one hand, we're talking about biodiversity loss, and on the other hand, we're talking about climate change. These two phenomena are happening as we speak, right before our very eyes. I'm sure we've all heard about this, but both of them, but what do we really understand about them? And more importantly, how they could impact our lives. So I think that this would be best explained if I were to paint you two potential pictures or scenarios, if you will. So as global temperatures continue to increase with climate change, we have scenario A on the one hand, where we go about as business as usual. So we do not improve on and better integrate climate change into our conservation strategies. As a result, biodiversity loss continues at an increasing rate. And this is likely to cause the degradation of our ecosystems and the services that they provide for us. Therefore, for example, our rivers and our reservoirs may start running low or become dry. Our corals will continue to suffer from pollution, and this may directly impact our livelihoods, the livelihoods of our fisher folk or tourism, the mainstay of so many of our economies. The symphony of life teeming within our forests might eventually become silent as more and more species die off. And as the Minister Purnell indicated, with all of these things culminating, it's going to become more and more difficult and costly for our governments to ensure basic necessities, such as potable water, livelihoods from fishing and tourism, public health and infrastructure, food security, and the list goes on and on. So that's scenario A. Scenario B, we do decide to act now as a region to preserve our biodiversity. We do update our existing conservation strategies to include climate change on a much bigger scale. And if we do this well enough, this will enable us to manage our biodiversity loss. There will be some changes. Some species will become lost, but the overall integrity of our ecosystems will be maintained. And as a result, the beautiful diversity of life within our natural areas will continue. The ecosystem services that we depend on will not become broken. And so our streams or our reservoirs will not run dry. Tourism will not wither away, as we will actively find ways to continue replenishing our coral reefs and use other cutting-edge technology. And when you walk down to the beach, you will still be able to see the fishermen pulling in their catch at the end of the day. And the tourists walking into a forest will still be awestruck by the grand symphony of sound that comes from the diversity of life therein. So I should say, though, as a disclaimer, I'm not suggesting that these two scenarios are set in stone. No, they are simply two of a range of scenarios that could happen. What happens in the future all depends on what we do now moving forward. But if we want to try to achieve something close to scenario B, then there are some basic facts with respect to biodiversity loss and climate change that we need to understand and accept. First of all, no matter what we do, things will change. For example, some species will be lost, but how much species become lost depends on what actions we take now moving forward. And secondly, a golden rule: mitigation buys time for adaptation. As small islands, we are extremely vulnerable to climate change. And so we need as much time for adaptation as possible, which means that we cannot and should not ignore any opportunities for climate mitigation. And thirdly, in order to achieve the best possible outcome, we must stop working in silos. We can achieve so much more working together as a region instead of as individual island nations. You see, ladies and gentlemen, the pervading fact remains that climate change does not and will never observe geopolitical boundaries. On the world stage, we have already come together as one voice. For example, with CARICOM, if we can apply a similar unity towards managing biodiversity in the face of climate change, we have a very good chance of achieving some semblance of the scenario B I just described. As part of the research I've been doing over the last several years, I've been looking at how climate change impacts biodiversity across our region as a whole rather than on individual islands. And from what I can tell though, this conversation hasn't yet been actively established as part of the overall regional narrative. And so I would like to begin that conversation here with you today. One of the first questions that I think we should ask is, how is biodiversity being impacted by climate change in general across the world? In a nutshell, basically, species are shifting. They're tracking cooler conditions, which means that they're either moving from the tropics towards the poles, so northwards or southwards, depending on where you are on the equator, as well as from lowlands to uplands in the mountains, where it's cooler. And what about within the Caribbean? So, did you know that the Caribbean is not just one of the global biodiversity hotspots, but it is actually one of the hottest global biodiversity hotspots in existence? But we are also unfortunately classified as one of the most vulnerable, because it is estimated that we stand to lose a lot more species due to non-climatic activities such as deforestation and pollution than some of the other hotspots. And these numbers were actually generated before climate change was a thing. So now these numbers are actually higher because of changing climate. Within our marine territories, what is happening is that the species that can are moving northwards from our tropical waters to the temperate seas and oceans. And those species that cannot move, they have two choices. They can either adapt to the warming conditions or they die. And on land, unlike on continents, most of the species within our islands are landlocked. So they can't just simply migrate north when things heat up. And so they also have a choice. Well, they have choices. Either they migrate from the lowlands to the highlands, where it's cooler, or they adapt to the new warming conditions, or they die. But unlike within our seas, many of these land species can't just simply migrate up the mountains. Why? Because for them to navigate from the lowlands to the highlands, they need to cross an intricate network of human activities like intensive agriculture, urban settlements in general, infrastructure. And so it's very difficult for these species to find refuge within the mountains. And also the other question is, how will this combination of climate change and biodiversity loss affect us as island inhabitants? The main message coming out of the recently released IPCC report on biodiversity and climate change is very clear. A sustainable society requires both stabilized climate and healthy ecosystems and biodiversity. One simply cannot exist without the other. You see, both biodiversity and climate change are closely interconnected, and both of them are driven by human activities. Historically, it was the non-climate drivers like the pollution and the deforestation that were driving biodiversity loss. But what we've seen in the recent years is that climate change is now being added to the mix, and so it's having a multiplier effect. It's exacerbating the already negative effects that are being created by the deforestation, etc. And at the same time, while all of this is happening, us humans across the world continue to pour more fuel into the fire. And so by increasing our greenhouse gas emissions. It is a vicious circle that has developed and that is continuing. So, and the main take home from this is that with all of this happening, the biodiversity and the ecosystems, and remember, we are also part of the ecosystems within our islands, are amongst the most vulnerable. We are already being disproportionately affected in some places. And this is because small islands are small, fixed places of land. There's no place to turn to when things go bad. So these small islands, they host us as humans and everything that comes with us, our settlement, our agriculture, our infrastructure. And they also host a natural habitat containing the biodiversity, which provides ecosystem services, which are essential if we as the humans on these islands are to continue life as we know it. You see, because our islands are so small, everything is more closely and tightly interconnected than it would be, say, for example, if we were living on a continent. There is much less buffering between humans and the natural environment. What we do to the environment quickly impacts on biodiversity in one form or another. And these impacts are building up and are now becoming exacerbated by climate change. At some point, with the increased warming, this is going to become too much for our ecosystems to handle. And as a result, the functioning of these ecosystems will become impaired. And this will impact negatively the delivery of these key ecosystem services that we depend on. And honestly, a lot of us just take for granted. Why? Because they're always there. They've always been there. So they're sort of invisible to us. But the fact is, if this happens, it will threaten our way of life. It's going to affect, just to begin with, the provision of basic necessities, such as locally sourced food, potable water, protection from disease, livelihoods, food security, and the list goes on and on. So what can we do? The science is very clear. If we are to preserve the integrity of our biodiversity, we must all, on the one hand, adapt and also mitigate. Now, let me be clear. Things will change. We should harbor no illusions that we are somehow going to be able to preserve all of the species and ecosystems exactly as they are now. No, this is not going to happen. Some species will be lost. Some natural communities will change. And it would be counterproductive, maladaptive, and even potentially destructive for us to try to keep things exactly as they are now. This is because ecosystems like you and I are living systems. We naturally try to adjust and adapt when we're placed in an unhealthy or an uncomfortable situation. So instead, our challenge is to find ways to facilitate the adjustment of our ecosystems to changing climate, all the while maintaining the overall integrity of our ecosystems so that they don't collapse. And this, ladies and gentlemen, requires new ways of thinking. So for the rest of this talk, I'm not going to go into the minute details of how particular conservation strategies could be changed, because this is a very long list and it's very context specific, and the time here is limited. So what I would like to do instead is briefly touch on some of the overarching issues that must be addressed before we can truly have any chance of effectively making change to conservation strategies on the ground. In other words, I would like to focus on the forest instead of the trees for this talk. So the first major point that comes to mind is that we must remove the silos. As I said before, climate change does not recognize geopolitical boundaries. So instead of just only having island-based conservation strategies, why not develop in parallel regional conservation strategies, aiming to increase the adaptive and resilience capacities of biodiversity to climate change for the region as a whole? The first example that comes to mind is the establishment of a regional protected area network for both marine and terrestrial environments. This would require us to act together as one region, pooling our resources and our skills together. And there are so many benefits that could be gained. For example, access to increased resources, sharing of data, sharing and building up capacity, and the ubiquitizing of skills across our region without having to source from the outside. A wonderful example of such an collaboration is that is taking place within the Coral Triangle Initiative, where This is a multilateral partnership that was formed in 2007 by the president of Indonesia among the 6 nations within the Coral Triangle. They basically established a large integrated zoning across these 6 countries and which developed into a fully functioning and effectively managed region-wide marine protection system. This is a living, breathing system where work is ongoing, constantly improving on the management, the effectiveness, the design of this protected area system, and also includes other activities such as regeneration and replenishment of their and restoration of their mangrove forests, of their coral reefs, etc. And you know what? This has yielded reciprocal benefits with respect to climate change and biodiversity. On the one hand, biodiversity is being maintained and is robust. And this has basically resulted in it protecting the coastlines and the people that live on the coast from the impacts of climate change, which is, for example, with respect to storms. And there are also lots of other benefits that they've been yielding. And just bear with me a moment while I try to share my slides showing you some of these. So as you can see, there's a long list of other multiple benefits that they have gained from this, such as coastal livelihoods thriving, poverty being reduced along the coast, and continuous mitigation of pollution. And so some critical questions that we must ask to actively update our existing conservation strategies, if we would like to achieve this scenario B, would be, as a region or even as individual island nation states, do we know which species are likely to disappear as climate continues to warm? And if yes, how will these extinctions or migrations ultimately impact our livelihoods, our economies, our way of life? Let's use some real examples. For example, do we know how, when, and where our commercial fisheries will migrate to? And what are these fisheries going to be replaced by? Are there other fisheries that are coming in? Also, with respect to the present fish nurseries along our coastal waters, which are extremely temperature sensitive, will these be able to survive the increasing temperatures as our waters warm? If not, how is this going to affect our fisher folk, our food prices, the economy as a whole, and in the longer term, human well-being and health? Another example, what is going to happen if our economies if our coral reefs die off? What should we do to try to sustain our coral reefs, which, by the way, still faces major disruptions due to pollution? Should we be considering making more integrated into our conservation strategies, coral restoration, replenishment, and other cutting-edge technologies if we are to try to keep our tourism industry alive into the future? These are just a few examples of questions. And this brings me to my next point. As far as I know, there is no regional nexus for climate change impacts, adaptation, mitigation, and resilience research. No active, and active being the key word here, there's no active Caribbean focal point for the efficient collection and dissemination of such critical information that is needed for policy and intersectoral use across the Caribbean. And the ironic thing is that all across the Caribbean, there are scientists quietly working away on relevant themes. Here alone in Jamaica, and there are so many scientists working on similar themes, and the list that you see before you is just a small sampling of that. Special mention is should be made of the physical climate modeling team at the UV and MONA for their wonderful service of providing baseline climate data, as you see within the State of the Jamaica climate reports. And I'm told that the updated version is due at the end of this year, so not long from now. And then there is also the UE's Global Institute for Climate Smart and Resilient Development that was recently launched a few weeks ago, I think in October. Could this be part of the development of such a nexus? You see, ladies and gentlemen, it's not like we don't have the knowledge or the research or the infrastructure. It's just perhaps that, you know, we haven't been spending much time looking at the forests, and we've been spending a lot more time looking at the trees. So if we were to step back a bit and look at everything together and create such a nexus, just imagine the impact and the acceleration of progress that could come with such a development. And so to make my next point, here are four graphs of Jamaica, four maps of Jamaica. They represent Jamaica's ability to support biodiversity under different warming conditions, 1.5, 2, 3, and 4 degrees Celsius. This information was kindly provided by Professor Jeff Price of the Tyndall Institute, the Tyndall Center at the University of East Anglia. And he generated this working together with colleagues at the James Cook University in Australia. So what you see here is that these dark green areas, they show you areas of the island under different warming conditions that will support, that will not lose as much biodiversity. It will lose only about 0 to 25%. Whereas these red areas here, they show you areas that are expected to lose between 75 to 100% of the existing biodiversity. So if I was a protected areas planner or a manager, this sort of information is critical, because this is what I need in order to develop conservation strategies that will take my country forward into the future, and in order for us to adapt to climate change. So two things that stand out to me, and for example, let me give you two examples. If I say as a protected areas planner, I wanted to develop more protected areas on this island, or I wanted to find out where should I restore the natural habitat. I would look at the green areas that remain. So for example, here or here, the last, after the completion of the COP26, it is expected that if all promises are kept, global temperatures should rise to about 2.4 degrees by the end of the century. That would take us somewhere between this map and this map here. So if I wanted to establish a protected area, I would probably look here, because this is being maintained between both of these maps. Also, another thing that is clear from these maps is that the protected areas, which you see outlined here in the black lines, they are not going to be able to support biodiversity alone. It becomes very, very clear that if we are serious about conserving biodiversity, we will have to include not just state, but non-state actors. So it will be critical and essential to involve both public and private actors, as well as community involvement. This is absolutely essential if we are to move forward and to conserve our biodiversity. The last thing that I would like to mention about this, these maps is that these maps were generated using 50 square kilometer data. Now, 50 square kilometers, this is okay for Jamaica, because Jamaica is one of the larger islands within the Caribbean. But if we were to try to use these 50 square kilometer data to say develop the same kind of maps for many islands in the Eastern Caribbean, such as Grenada, St. Kitts, Nevis, Carriacou, Barbados, this would not work because it's too big. The data is too coarse. And this brings me to my other point. We don't have enough data. We don't have adequately downscale data to develop such projections for most of the smaller islands within the Caribbean. What we require ideally is sub 5 kilometer square data. There is a chronic and virtually, this one thing, but there are other gases like methane that we produce from our livestock, or nitrous oxides that are produced when we apply fertilizers to our crops. These are even more potent warming gases. And I know for a fact, by talking to farmers across the Caribbean, there is no control, there's no data, there's no baseline in terms of how much fertilizer is being applied to our crops, and therefore how much nitrous oxides we emit. These are some things to take into consideration and think about as we move forward. So in ending, I mean, what I would like to say today in essence is that yes, time is almost out. We must act now if we are to have any hope of managing our biodiversity loss into the future. And this requires parallel acting. So both at the small island scale as well as the regional scales. But we're not yet at the point today where we say, oh no, all is lost with our biodiversity, it's too late, we've lost it. No, there is still some time left. What we do now, what we do in the next months and few years perhaps, has the potential to make the world of difference. It will decide how much we lose and what we end up with. But we must hurry and we must respond together as one. We must come together now. Thank you. Stop sharing.
Wave, which has been shared as our most recent body of work. Let's put our hands together and welcome Olive Senior.
I see my land. Some of you might consider poetry as pretty useless, but especially at a time like this, at a time of crisis in the world, what we have seen is how poetry can be an agent of transformation. Mainly because from the point of view of the writer or the reader, it operates at a personal level, and the personal is where change really begins. I hope to encourage young people, especially, to really see my land, to become more aware of nature and the environment, not as an abstract idea, but as something happening up close and personal. What you see outside your door, in your yard, in your school, your city street, your riverside, or your roadside. And then to encourage the reading and writing of poetry as a way of talking about and taking responsibility for this environment. I believe the awakening to consciousness really begins with this intimate way of seeing, and this is what we hope to encourage with our programs. We will be working with other cultural workers, with schools and organizations to get the message home. I regret that there's no time to give you any details, but we are well aware that we cannot do this without a partnership with our scientists and our environmentalists, because it is your knowledge that will have to guide us. So I look forward to our finding ways of engaging with each other. And I can be contacted through the National Library of Jamaica, which is the home of the Poet Laureate. Science provides information and answers, but poetry is what touches the individual heart. And I do believe that in this environmental crisis that we all face, we will need to fully engage both hearts and minds. To end, I would like to read a brief piece of poetry that demonstrates more than anything how a personal and intimate connection with the land, how living in harmony with nature can become a part of our personal and national identity and stay with us forever, no matter how long we live or how far we roam. I have chosen the words of the little country boy from Clarendon, Jamaica, Claude McKay, who traveled the world and achieved lasting international fame. But when his thoughts turned back to the Jamaican homeland to which he never returned, it was always in the harmony of the land he left behind that he found solace. In wishing you success with your deliberations, I will leave you with McKay's perhaps little known poem, a very brief one called Bananas Ripe and Green, and he's standing in front of a store window in New York City, gazing at bananas ripe and green, and ginger root, cocoa in pods, and alligator pears, and tangerines and mangoes and grapefruit, fit for the highest prize at parish fairs. Set in the window, bringing memories of fruit trees laden by low-singing rills, and dewy dawns and mystical blue skies in benediction. Dim, and I could no more gaze. A wave of longing through my body swept, and hungry for the old familiar ways, I turned aside and bowed my head and wept. Thank you, and wishing you much success with your deliberations.
Thank you very much, Poet Laureate Senior, and we enjoyed your presentation. Now, there is no time for any additional comments except for me to thank you all for joining us. I sincerely hoped that you enjoyed the opening ceremony. I think it has thrown the planning team's schedule off track, but we want to thank all the persons who made remarks, our guest speaker, Dr. Maharaj, our Poet Laureate, and all I'd like to say in closing is that we have to move beyond the talk. The science is ahead of the policy, and the policy is ahead of implementation. Let's get to implementation to conserve our biodiversity. Thank you all. Have a good day.
of management action, we may lose these species.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Ainsley Henry. I'm the CEO and conservator of forests. And my role here today is to act as moderator for this session. This initial session is for the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework, and Mr. Basil van Harve, the co-chair of the open-ended working group on the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework, will be doing a presentation for us on Zoom. Mr. van Harve has initial session is for the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework, and Mr. Basil van Harve, the co-chair of the open-ended working group on the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework, will be doing a presentation for us on Zoom. Mr. van Harve has over 27 years of experience working in Canada's Environment Department. In addition to being Canada's CBD focal point, his roles include Director General of the Biodiversity and Partnerships and Director of Population Conservation and Management at the Canadian Wildlife Service. He's Chair of the CITES Elephant Working Group and CDB discussions on Indigenous knowledge and repatriation, co-chair of the International Joint Commission on Great Lakes Water Quality Board, and Director at the Meteorological Service of Canada. Mr. van Harve, he's there.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please.
Okay,
proceed.
I would like to first recognize Ms. Guthrie has been an impeccable member of our team, and what we can do on the post-2020 is only because of people like Ms. Guthrie efforts and contributions. So I just wanted to recognize that. I am listening with great interest to my predecessor. And like others, would like to first recognize Ms. Guthrie has been an impeccable member of our team, and what we can do on the post-2020 is only because of people like Ms. Guthrie efforts and contributions. So I just wanted to recognize that. I have prepared a few slides, and I will be sharing my screen. And you should see that in a second. So I think you should now see my screen. If somebody can tell me if that's the case. Can you see my screen? Can you hear me?
We can see and hear you.
Very good. All right, it's very short because I think you will be interested in more in the question and answers. The CBD, one of the three Rio Convention, you heard the presentation making a very strong link with climate, but let's not forget about desertification. Our convention is working with three objectives. The first one is the one mostly talked about, which is the conservation of biodiversity. But let's not forget about how nature meets people's needs, providing shelter, fiber, food, protection, and you've talked about that, and the equitable sharing of the benefits arising from the exploitation of biodiversity. So we're working on decadal targets, global biodiversity frameworks, and the next one is the one covering the period up to 2030. And the implementation, as said earlier, is really done at the national and subnational level and through other conventions. So we're setting targets, and those targets are largely met by national efforts. In 2018, at COP14, there was a decision to have a party-led process, which led you to designate Francis Agwal and Uganda, from Uganda, and myself, created an open-ended working group. That's the group that was to meet in January and will unfortunately have to delay its meeting to March. So here we are. Francis and I are jointly representing all parties, and we're supported by the Secretariat. We've produced draft 1, and that's a draft where there is a full text. There is no missing pieces. All numerical aspects are now a proposal based on advice from SAPSTA and other scientific bodies. And you will see that you've noticed that some have been removed and some new one introduced. The Global Biodiversity Framework is a document for all the entities engaged, and I heard that in the previous presentation that there is a need to engage the whole of government, in fact, the whole of the society. The structure of that is proposed is some goals that define that vision. I think the vision is a very good one, but the challenge is to translate that vision in elements we can measure to see whether we will have reached it by 2050. There is the proposal to have some milestone that define how much progress on those elements we should have accomplished by 2030. And then there is 21 targets. Now, we've talked earlier about the logic, and you've seen version of this diagram in the past, and I if we're successful, we're going to be moving the needles on those milestones and contributing toward those goals. And that, together with the few subsequent plans, will enable us to reach the goal. Now, another way to organize this is to look at it from a graphical, and I have a little bit of an animation here that will show you what we are proposing. Starting from that vision of living in harmony with nature, we're translating that vision into 4 goals related to the four objectives that you gave us. And we're stepping those down into milestones that are where we want to be by the goal. Now, another way to organize this is to look at it from a graphical, and I have a little bit of an animation here that will show you what we are proposing. Starting from that vision of living in harmony with nature, we're translating that vision into 4 goals related to the four objectives that you gave us. And we're stepping those down into milestones that are where we want to be by 2030. And then to reach those, that we get those direct action. And the key message there is that this is not a menu from a restaurant where you can choose the one you like. If we want to be able to reach that vision, we have to take a concerted action across the whole certain targets. The level will have to be discussed. The specificity and how you will want that to be done will have to be discussed. But that's the message we want to leave with you. And then if we want to be able to do that, we need to give ourselves the means to do that. And that's where target 14 to 21 come into play. We all will come to that. So that is done within the context of enabling condition. But let's delve a little bit further into those goals and targets. And as we do that, it is very important through your conference that you look at that from your own national context and what is relevant to your circumstances, both in terms of biological characteristics of Jamaica, but also your legal system, your political system, and your social and cultural values as well. So goal A, complex words, many aspects to it, but every piece is important, and I'm sure there will be lots of discussion in the coming weeks and months about what it means. So the integrity of the ecosystem is enhanced by at least 15%. That correspond with milestone A1 that go a first step to 5%. We're going to have supporting healthy and resilient population of species, and the rate of extinction reduced at least tenfold, so by 10. There was long discussion with our technical experts in terms of what's the appropriate level. I know many people, particularly in the NGO circle, would like to see that drop to 0. Our sentiment is that would be not a realistic level. The risk of extinction is diminished across all by half across all species, and then genetic diversity is wild and domesticated is safeguarded. So that is accompanied by milestones that go together with that. B is about a contribution of people, the nature to people is valued. C, on sharing the benefit of the utilization, and D, a very important one, about the financial gap, and we'll come back to that, has been closed. And that corresponds that we think in 2030, we can diminish the gap by 700 billions, but there will be very good discussion on that. Moving on now to the action targets. Target 1, 2, and 3 are related to land and sea use change, and you've heard very much, and Minister speaking before me spoke about the coalition around target 3 about the 30 by 30. So I'm assuming that you're not going to be spending too much time in this discussion. The discussion should be around how you're going to be doing that in Jamaica. But that should be understood within the context of targets 1 and 2. Target 1 is around land use planning, and that's going to be extremely important to plan not only what you do in that 30% that you're going to be protecting and conserving, but also what type of activities and what type of regime you want to put in place in the remaining 70%. In addition to that, targets about restoration of degraded ecosystem, including marine, is going to be very important. Target 4 is about the action for conservation of species, and I was delighted to see so many migratory birds species mentioned in the earlier section. 5 is a one-liner, but it is a very important one around the harvesting, trade, and use. And I'm going back to UNB SAPs that I was reading recently that is already tackling this priority, which is nutrients, pesticides, and plastic waste. Definitively, I'm sure there will be long discussion about the level and the numerical elements associated to that. Number 8 is that very complex relationship with climate change, which is dual, both in terms of what nature can bring to mitigation and adaptation efforts. And in that version, you see that there is the suggestion of a numerical target for that, but equally how we can adapt nature to climate change. Predecessor talked about how you manage landscape and how you're talking about the protection of certain areas. And then ensuring that the efforts on mitigation and adaptation are not detrimental. So the next group is around how nature is meeting people's needs. In the first one, obviously, on nutrition, food, medicine, and livelihood, with focus on the poorest. The 10 is around how ecosystem level activities like agriculture, aquaculture, and forestry are impacting and how that can be brought to meet people's need. keep in mind that we're doing that within the context of a growing population, adding 500 million people in the Africa region alone, and how we're going to have a very realistic look at that production and how increase in productivity can be a way to minimize the impact on land. 11 is basically the other contribution in terms of air quality protection from hazards and extreme weathers. And we were talking a little bit earlier about the coral reef. 12 on how access to green and blue space is important for urban dwellers, and 13 sharing of benefits. Now the tools and solution, 14, 15, and 16 are really a group, and they're about what we call mainstreaming. 14 is focusing on the role of public entities that are setting regulation, doing national accounts, and providing that kind of regulation services that are important for the whole of society. And it talks about environmental assessment, which is a very important tool for biodiversity, but also ensuring that all activities and financial flows are aligned with biodiversity. 15 is for economic actors and people that are engaged in business, whether they're private or public, large and small, and how they're both dependent on biodiversity. Half of our GDP globally is dependent on biodiversity one way or the other, but also how they could be impacting negatively or positively. And then the idea is to reduce the negative impact. It talks about the circular economy and basically how we can diminish the impact. 16, step it down to individual choice. Each of us have a responsibility, and every individual should be provided with options that enable them to make the smart choice. And we can, through that, reduce waste and reduce overconsumption. 17 is around the negative impact of biodiversity. 18 and 19 work together in terms of addressing the financial gap. 18 is around the negative subsidies and in particularly bringing the costs down. And I was very pleased to see the discussion under the UNFCCC COP26. And then basically half of the target has been dealt with the decision from COP26 to address fossil fuel subsidies. The other half being mainly on the agriculture side. And that's an opportunity for us to bring something to the global community and to the climate as well. 19 is the resource we bring to biodiversity, and then bringing that up to 200 billion with new resource for developing countries to the level of 10 billion. And there has been a number of commitment made recently, and a group is working at collating all this information and validating. And at this point in time, the evaluation, depending on what we can consider, are somewhere between $4 and $8 billion already committed on 10 billion. That's not a bad place to be at this point in the process. 20 is around the relevant knowledge, and 21 about the participation of various groups, including indigenous people and local communities. Now, where we are in the process, we're at the very end. And as you know, we've been delaying Substyle SBI and Open-Ended Working Group to March. And we know that the CBD COP is likely to be delayed a little bit further, but no later than June. This completes my presentation. I'll be happy to talk to you. This is a picture I've taken in the other sides of the Caribbean, where Aimé Césaire has been writing all those nice poetry about the role of nature and description that I could not help but mention. So, Mr. Chair, back to you. I'll stop sharing my screen. I'll be happy to answer any questions. Happy to talk to you. This is a picture I've taken in the other sides of the Caribbean, where Aimé Césaire has been writing all those nice poetry about the role of nature and description that I could not help but mention. So, Mr. Chair, back to you. I'll stop sharing my screen. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Van Harve. I know that we had initially scheduled questions at this time, but as you can imagine, we're a little bit behind time. So I believe we're going to restrict the number of questions. Are there any questions at this time? No? All right, we're going to give them a minute to just double check that there are no questions. Let me take this opportunity to once again thank Mr. Van Havre for taking the time to be here with us today. Mr. Van Havre, it seems you were so clear that there are no questions. With that in mind, we will then be able to move on to the next session and hence make up a little bit of the time that we have lost. All right. So just to say, the next session that we will have is examining threats to biodiversity conservation. Now, we have a panelist here with us today. Not a panelist, we have several panelists here with us today. And this panel will be moderated by Mr. Anthony McKenzie. Mr. Anthony McKenzie has in excess of 25 years experience in environmental management in Jamaica. He's currently the Director of the Environmental Management and Conservation at the National Environment and Planning Agency. Anthony has a master's degree in wastewater treatment and process technology and a master's in business administration with specialized training in strategic planning. His current research interest is in the area of coastal zone management, specifically the impacts of climate change. He is the national focal point for sustainable consumption and production as a part of UNEP's 10-year plan for sustainable consumption and production, and is the national representative to UNESCO's Ayo-Carib Regional Seas Program. He's a past member of the Jamaica Defense Force and someone that I've known for many years. So without further ado, I will turn over to Mr. McKenzie, who will introduce you to his panel of specialists who will discuss examining the threats to biodiversity conservation. Anthony?
Thank you very much, Mr. Henry. Let me welcome you all to this session and to the panel discussion on examining threats to biodiversity conservation. We have an esteemed panel with us today. We have 4 panelists who will be participating in this important. Thank you very much, Mr. Henry. Let me welcome you all to this session and to the panel discussion on examining threats to biodiversity conservation. We have an esteemed panel with us today. We have 4 panelists who will be participating in this important discussion. Mr. Damian White, Dr. Robinson, Mr. Philip Cross, and Ms. Ingrid Parchment. We're going to be moving quickly along. Mr. Damian White will be talking to us on the invasive alien species of Jamaica. Now, Damian has a Bachelor of Science degree in environmental biology and is presently pursuing PhD studies in zoology at the University of the West Indies. He's an advocate for the environment, and you'd probably know him from Rooster's World on Instagram. He's been involved in a number of environmental research programs, and is a member of the Scientific Authority of the NRCA and chairman for the Endangered Species Working Group. Let me welcome Damien.
Thank you very much. Okay, so let's start off here. So today I'll be just doing a brief introduction on the invasive alien species in Jamaica. And you see this lovely screen that we're moving from the frog to our lovely cats, to our wild ginger, to the iguana, to the bamboo. So let's get this going on. So, when you hear about IAS, it's not aliens from space. It is basically plants and animals that naturally don't occur in our area and not found in our area. And we have some nice names that we call non-native, or we call it exotic species. So the question, what does these species do to the environment? Why do we call them IAS? So one of the first things we look at is economic. For example, to your left, I have a deer. In Portland, they call it Bambi. Very cute. But after a hurricane, we now have Bambi set loose in the hills. And what Bambi does, I have reports go on a carrot farm, and the carrot farm over 2 nights loses over $2 million. So that's what an invasive can do. On the other hand, people might see it as an opportunity that you can shoot Bambi or get as food. But majority of what invasive do is cause economic loss. Then we have environmental harm in what it does to the forest, if it destroys the forest. And then we have harm to human health. So let me break it down a little bit further. So just imagine, first thing what an invasive does, whether plants or animal, it outcompetes native species. And one way it does that, it might go in and share the same resources. So imagine somebody come at your house and eat all your food and you don't have any food to eat. In the long term, you will go. Or they come in and they prey on you. They destroy habitats in terms of we have good forests in Jamaica, and they eat our native plants, some of them which are only found here. And in other cases, they carry diseases. And there are examples of Lyme diseases moving from like the United States to other countries. So that's the risk of IAS. Now, how do they arrive in Jamaica? Well, we have most of them, how they have to arrive is through our ports. They can come in on the big cargo ships. They can come on the small boats. They can come in on the plane. And one of the most popular routes worldwide is through the pet trade. So, when we look at the global invasive species database, which is this database that collects invasive plants or animals, in Jamaica, they say we have 38 plants. Animals, we have 37. Viruses, we have 8. Fungi, we have 1. This list keeps on changing every day. So, let me introduce you to some of the problems we currently have. To the left, we have a frog there. That's the Cuban tree frogs in Jamaica. We have 4 members from the group that we call hylids. All of them are on the IUCN species list for special protection. This is one of our big problems. In the middle, we have a parakeet, which is a ringneck parakeet, popular on the pet trade. It is escaped. We see population of up to 500 birds. It is a big problem in a number of Caribbean countries. But right now, the numbers are getting big and we don't know the impact. What we do know is that they are breeding in the woodpecker's nest. 2, people think that they're cute. And in controlling it, we have 3 parrot species here, which are all endemic. And anything that we do with this can give problematic when we're dealing with our local species. So this is a big problem. To the left, we have our green iguana, which is causing Cayman millions of dollars to manage. On one tree, imagine you having 80 iguana on a small mango tree. Now, these are all threats to Jamaica right now. So let's go down. So, because of the time, let's go down to the Cuban tree frog. It's naturally found in Cuba, Bahamas, and the Cayman. They normally hang out in trees in the day or in a house. What makes them bad is that they eat enough of our local species, like lizards, snakes that we have that are protected. And they also produce a sticky mucus, which some people might be allergic to in terms of rash, or they get maybe an asthma attack. We have here where we have a cat that people like to release in the wild. Yes. And right here we have it now feeding on bat. In this cave, we have over 11 species of bat, one which is critically endangered, and this guy can catch up to 15 bats per night. In moving on, we have our plants here, and there's so much things we can talk about the plants. We have the bamboo, we have the African tulip. All of these are creating problems now in Jamaica. So, just to close and looking at it, we have the water hyacinth here. What it does, block up our waterways, shade out native species, and even create problems for our fisheries. Now, to just close, if you see something new that you don't know about, you can contact NEPA, you can check on the website, the Jamaica Clearinghouse Mechanism, or you can contact me. But just remember that invasive species cost us a lot. And there are a big problem in terms of agriculture, in terms of people at their house, living at their house, because if a Cuban tree frog, I've been getting calls over and over about the Cuban tree frog, which is spreading from parish to parish. And we have to find ways of managing it. But in managing it, we have to protect our local species, because if we put out a big campaign on frogs, we have 21 species of frog. All of them are endemic and are under special conservation status. We don't want people to hate all frogs. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Damien. A very critical issue, a threat to our biodiversity. And we're not going to be only talking about threats, but we need to talk about solutions, as this conference is about. Our next presenter is Dr. Dwight Robinson, Senior Lecturer in Entomology and Pest Management at the Faculty of Science and Technology, University of the West Indies, and he'll be speaking to us on chemical pollution and biodiversity. Dr. Robinson, as I indicated, is a senior lecturer and head of the Department of Life Sciences. He has a bachelor's degree in chemistry and a PhD in entomology. He specializes in the ecology and management of arthropod pests and the fate and management of pesticides in tropical island ecosystems. With over 25 years, he has been involved in related research in monitoring the fate of pesticides in Jamaica. Dr. Robinson is also a member of the board of directors of the Caribbean Academy of Science, Jamaica chapter, and chairman of the Pesticides Control Authority's Pesticide Review Committee. Let us welcome Dr. Robinson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I want to focus a bit on the threats to biodiversity posed by chemical pollution. So just to put it in context for us, we live in the tropics. We have a tropical ecosystem, and tropical ecosystem is rich in biodiversity. It even gets better when we talk about an tropical island ecosystem, because those ecosystems have high levels of endemism. But as good as this is, too many Jamaicans take it for granted. We just do not realize actually what we have. And so we have developed a subculture that now poses a major and consistent threat to this rich biodiversity that is actually maintaining the quality of life we enjoy. So what are the threats that we're having? What we're grappling with at the moment? We have destruction of habitats, we have degradation of habitats, and we have fragmentation of habitats. So it's broken up into such small pieces that it cannot sustain itself and sustain the biodiversity that is consistent with the ecosystems we are accustomed to. And when you look at the whole issue of at the individual level, what we have happening is that individuals, the survival of individual species is being badly affected. And we also have issues with the reproduction rate, because we not only destroy the current generation, but we affect the ability of that generation to produce a new generation. What's causing all of this? We have overexploitation, and as you heard the previous speaker speak about, the introduction of alien invasive species, and of course we have pollutants. So I want to focus a bit on the pollutants, especially chemical pollutants and more specifically pesticides. So just to give you a bit of information, prior to COVID, I don't know what it is now, but prior to COVID, Jamaica was importing 3 million kilograms of pesticides per year. That is 1 kilogram for each Jamaican. Now, I don't know about you, but I don't need so much pesticides. It's extremely high load for a fragile island ecosystem. Anywhere you look at that, that pesticide load is really too high. And unfortunately, most of them are highly hazardous pesticides, which create negative impact on the environment and on human health. And then to make it worse, we have developed a pesticide subculture and a low tolerance for the things that we don't know about, that result in us taking the kind of action that threatens the ecosystem and biodiversity. So we have excessive use, we have overuse, and we have abuse of pesticides. So you see this threat continuing. And we tend to look at the acute, but we tend not to focus on the chronic. So if there is a fish kill, or if there are some organisms dying, we say yes. But what about the chronic, the sublethal effect that prevents it from producing a next generation? We are not paying enough attention to that. So what should we be looking at? As you know, you heard the moderator say, we need to be focusing on some solutions. We need to shift our focus in terms of how we deal with pesticides, moving away from just looking at mammalian toxicity to looking at ecotoxicity. As a species, we are too self-focused. Then we need to move and start shifting the ecoculture in Jamaica. Not everything named bush must chop down. There is value to it. We need to get away from that. And then, of course, we have to begin shifting the pesticide subculture. Every time we see something, we think we must use a pesticide to kill it, or we must throw some chemicals at it. That is not necessarily the way to go. On a national scale, the whole reduction of importation of highly hazardous pesticides is very important. But where we have to use them, we need to develop and implement a management plan that ensures that the risk to the environment and the risk to biodiversity is minimized when we use these things. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you very much, Dr. Robinson. Some important points to consider and contemplate as we proceed in this conference over the next 2 days. Right, so I'm going to quickly now move on to our third panelist, Miss Ingrid Parchment. Miss Ingrid Parchment is the Executive Director of the Caribbean Coastal Area Management Foundation, and she's been at this since 2008. She identifies her focus as being that of leading a team collaboratively to improve the lives and livelihoods of the stakeholders in the Portland Bight area of southern St. Catherine and Clarendon. She's going to be talking to us on the issues of living in harmony with nature, issues, challenges, and solutions, as our theme for this conference suggests. Can I invite and welcome Ms. Parchment at this time?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mackenzie. Thank you all for having me on this morning. I'm sure the technical person is about to show my PowerPoint. Am I correct in that? Okay. I really want to talk a lot about CCAM and how we work in the Portland Bight Protected Area. So CCAM is a non-government organization, and we have been working the Portland Bight Protected Area since more than 20 years now. We work with and for the stakeholders and focus on the effective management of the natural and heritage resources. Portland Bight is one of the largest protected areas in Jamaica, and sorry that I have to be going over because I thought my screen would have been up with the presentation. All right, so we do integrated participatory management of land and sea. And as I said, the Portland Bight is one of the largest protected areas in Jamaica. It has a total area of more than 1,800 kilometers square. You can advance to the third slide. The next one. Thank you. Sorry, can you go back? Can you go back? Back. I wanted to show the map so that persons could know where the Portland Bight Protected Area is. So on the right, you will see the map showing the Portland Bight Protected Area, which is southern Clarendon, southern St. Catherine. To do the work that we do partner with a number of government agencies, and more importantly, NEPA, Urban Development Corporation, National Fisheries Authority, the Forestry Department, and the Jamaica National Heritage Trust. There are more than 50,000 persons living in the Portland Bight Protected Area. And I think it goes back to what the Minister was talking about, the fact that sometimes we look at nature and we don't consider the people. We consider both of them working together in terms of doing the work that we do. I just wanted to talk about some of the threats that we want to highlight, but also we want to look at some of the actions that CCAM has taken in partnership with these organizations. Next slide. So the first set of threats we looked at as ineffective development control. And we talked about unsustainable development. There are lots of natural areas that are being cleared for housing, businesses, charcoal burning, all of that. And while we enjoy having jerk pork and jerk chicken and hella top, hella bottom, to be doing it in an unsustainable way is what is leading to the levels of challenges we're having to our forests. We also find that there is limited or no proper public participation for change of use of natural areas. In Portland Bight, we also feel that there's a lack of zoning and regulations for the protected area, which was created from as far back as 1999. Some of the things that we are doing is that we're monitoring the changes, and we're monitoring this in partnership with the government agencies, with community members, with other persons on the ground, because we think that working together is how it is that we have to do to mitigate some of these threats that we are experiencing. We're also lobbying for more effective participatory management, example in the EIA process, to make sure that persons on the ground understand how they should be involved in this process. We also are seeking funding to do the zoning, because this is something that National Environment and Planning Agency says they want. So we are seeking the funding to lead on that particular issue. And we're also asking NEPA to expedite the regulations for protected areas. Next slide. We also talk about unsustainable resource use, pollution, and climate change impacts. And so some of those threats are overfishing, solid waste and water pollution, illegal hunting, example of crocodiles, as well as hurricane damage. And so some of the actions that we are partnering again to implement special fishery conservation areas. And there are several across Jamaica, and some of our partners will be on during these 2 days to talk about it. It is important that not only that we say that we are managing or that we're creating these protected areas, but we must ensure that they are properly funded and supported so that they can have the best impact that they need to have. We also do water quality monitoring to support the work that NEPA is doing. We do enforcement, and public education is something that we're doing a lot of, and that is something that we support, because if people don't know, then they can't make the change. We also are looking at conservation nursery, coral nursery, artificial reef, and a forest restoration program. Also, on my next slide, and I spoke of some of that, there is insufficient resources for management. So one of the things that we find is that, and some of this has been worsened by COVID, is that there are these declining budgets for core activities. And I mentioned earlier about the support for fish sanctuaries. So sometimes there is difficulty in hiring persons, motivating and retaining staff. We are not able to have a consistent enforcement and public education program. And sometimes there's a lack of capacity to develop and implement sustained partnership. So if you could just show the rest of photos. So this is us monitoring a fish sanctuary when illegal fishing is taking place. On to the next. We do have a conservation garden at our Portland Bight Discovery Center in Salt River, which I invite you all to come on down and experience. Moving on. We have done fishery inspector training for staff, fisher folks, and all other agencies. We actually have a session coming up on the 9th of December, and we have invited some of our partner agencies to participate in that. Moving on. National tree planting, we also do a familiarization tour of the area, because if persons don't understand where the sanctuaries are, the work we're doing, how can they participate? Moving on, Bishop folks and all the other agencies, we actually have a session coming up on the 9th of December, and we have invited some of our partner agencies to participate in that. Moving on. National tree planting, we also do a familiarization tour of the area, because if persons don't understand where the sanctuaries are, the work we're doing, how can they participate? Moving on. Next. Okay, and I think Damien had mentioned earlier about wildlife. We do support rescues and relocation of animals that might be found in areas where persons have concerns. Sargassum very much is on our beaches in Jamaica, and that's a bit of an issue. And it's a discussion we're having at the local, national, and regional level to look at solutions. Moving on. Thank you very much. You are able to contact CCAM for any additional information, how to work with us, how to support the work that we're doing. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ingrid, for that very informative presentation, actually. And that feeds nicely into our fourth presenter. But I mean, we've been getting feedback, in the chat. People are commenting on the informative nature of the presentations. And we ask you to continue to chat with us, to give us your comments and questions as well as we move to conclude the session. I'm going to invite Mr. Philip Cross at this point to make his presentation. Ms. Parchment referred to the fact that we need to conclude on the protected areas regulations, Philip. And well, Philip is the Principal Director, Legal and Enforcement Services at the Forestry Department. He'll be speaking to us on protecting forests and protecting biodiversity. He is a Chevening Scholar and a graduate of the University College of London, Durham University, and the Norman Manley Law School. Previously, he worked at the Integrity Commission, the National Environment and Planning Agency, and the Jamaica National Heritage Trust. Welcome, Philip, and over to you.
Thank you, Mr. McKenzie. So I'm very happy to be here, and I'm grateful to the guests and the organizers. So the title of my presentation is Protecting Forests and Protecting Biodiversity. So I'll be very brief, but essentially I wanted to highlight both, well, the interconnectedness of forests in terms of the issues that we're addressing, because it's not only a case of wanting to protect the forests, but also the fact that the forest provides other services that we need in terms of protection of biodiversity, addressing climate change, and supporting livelihoods. So I wanted to start with a quote from the State of the World's Forests report produced by FAO and UNEP. So forests harbor most of Earth's terrestrial biodiversity. The conservation of the world's biodiversity is thus utterly dependent on the way in which we interact with and use the world's forests. I'm not sure if, okay, the presentation's up. Yes, so this is essentially the crux of the title, because in order to protect, that isn't the extent of their importance, because they also support SDG number 14, which deals with life below water. So we usually consider inland forests when we talk about forestry, but the reality is we also have mangroves and swamps, which are a very vital part of forestry, and they support life below water. So mangroves play a pivotal role in the coastal protection as fish nurseries and to protect the nearshore lands. So in this respect, it deals with SDG number 14. But also, very importantly, forests are significant for addressing climate change and are adversely affected by the impacts of climate change. So in the recent COP26 in Glasgow, I'm not sure if there's some technical problem. Sorry, one moment. So another issue is forest and climate change, very interdependent area. So this addresses Sustainable Development Goal number 13, climate action, and it's recognized in the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change and in the Paris Agreement, Article 5. But at the Glasgow conference in this year, the nations of the world adopted the Glasgow Climate Pact, and again, it's emphasized how important it is to protect forests in order to address climate change, and how important it is to address climate change in order to protect forest. So paragraph 38 highlights, it's on the screen, but I'll just read it. The pact emphasizes the importance of protecting, conserving, and restoring nature and ecosystems to achieve the Paris Agreement temperature goal, including through forests and other terrestrial and marine ecosystems, acting as sinks, and reservoirs, which absorb carbon dioxide, of greenhouse gases, and by protecting biodiversity, while ensuring social and environmental safeguards. So that's in the Glasgow Climate Pact. But it's also recognized by both the IPCC, that's the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, and the IPBES, the Intergovernmental Social Policy Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, which is essentially an equivalent body, that the 1.5 degrees Celsius trajectory will have a major impact. If that target is missed, it will have a major impact on biodiversity versus if we exceed the 2 degrees Celsius target. And so climate action is an essential part of the interconnectedness between forests and other environmental issues. So just overall, forests, they provide oxygen, they provide habitat for flora and fauna or biodiversity, they provide watershed protection, prevent soil erosion, they provide livelihoods, and they mitigate climate change. And each of these items is interconnected. So forests assist these items, and these items also assist in the protection of forests. So I say all of that to say that the role that the Forestry Department has to play is a significant one in protecting biodiversity, and as well as addressing all of the interconnected issues that I mentioned briefly. So who are we? So essentially, the Forestry Department is established under the Forest Act. It's an executive agency, so that gives us a little bit more flexibility in how we manage and operate. And we're charged with managing and conserving Jamaica's forest. Our vision is to have a country, Jamaica, where we value our forest ecosystems and use its resources in a responsible manner. And the mission is that we manage our forests in an effective and responsible manner for the benefit of current and future generations. So our mandate can be found in the Act and our regulations, as well as the Forest Policy for Jamaica 2016 and the National Forest Management and Conservation Plan, which is a 10-year document. So we're approximately halfway through that, which is required. It's a mandatory document under the Act, and it also guides our operations and our long-term planning. So what is the current state of Jamaican forests? Well, it actually looks quite positive. So currently, we have about a 40% landmass in Jamaica covered by forests. But the devil is always in the details, and you can see from the table the breakdown of that forest. And this data is about a year or so old, so it's not 100%. But you can see there that broadleaf forests, or closed broadleaf forests, which are the forests that showed very little evidence of any human degradation, that only accounts for 19% of the 59% of the distributed broadleaf forest. And then you see the further breakdown. Now, it's important to highlight that although over the past 25 years there has been a net gain in forest cover, the quality of those forests have actually been somewhat reduced. And this is highlighted in the National Forest Management and Conservation Plan. So it's important to highlight this because we, as the government, we do have the no net loss policy, which is essentially if you clear an area of forest, you plant back an equivalent area elsewhere. But this highlights one of the shortcomings of that policy, which we have to be mindful of in our actions and the way we address forest issues. Because replacing a closed broadleaf forest with some seedlings won't actually address our mission and vision of maintaining good forest cover. So what are some of the threats? We've heard from our other panelists, and they've highlighted many of these issues already. We heard from Ms. Parchment about regulatory deficiencies in terms of public consultation and in terms of ensuring that our planning laws line up with our conservation objectives. This was also relevant to boundary demarcation, slash and burn techniques, which are usually illegally carried out and irresponsibly carried out, encroachment by developments, whether it be informal settlements, agricultural, commercial activities, and sometimes lawful activities, but they have to be properly planned and regulated. Private ownership, which is a tricky one because quite often private landowners, they want their forested lands to be conserved, which is good, but the challenge with that obviously is that if a subsequent owner has a different idea, then there is very little that can be done to protect those forests. And then illegal harvesting of timber and forest produce. Now here I would highlight that a lot of people that we encounter when we're doing our patrols and our enforcement, they don't realize that a license is actually needed to even have a power saw or a chainsaw to cut down a tree. So just having the saw requires you to have a license in the first place. And so I would just use the opportunity to highlight that. Then there is very little that can be done to protect those forests. And then illegal harvesting of timber and forest produce. Now here I would highlight that a lot of people that we encounter when we're doing our patrols and our enforcement, they don't realize that a license is actually needed to even have a power saw or a chainsaw to cut down a tree. So just having the saw requires you to have a license in the first place. And so I would just use the opportunity to highlight that need here. So having said that, what are some of the things that Forestry Department is doing? I'll be very brief because there is quite a bit to cover, but there's the National Tree Planting Initiative, 3 million trees to be planted in 3 years. To date, we've planted over 730,000 seedlings, and we do have strategies to address the shortfall. Then there is the boundary verification works. So here we're trying to map all of our mangrove forests so that we have an idea of where they are and what state they're in. And this is with the assistance of the European Union Budget Support Program. Our target was to map 2,500 hectares, but we've actually greatly exceeded that with 7,669 hectares. And the next stage now would be to develop a mangrove forest plan, so that we can properly protect and manage our mangroves, given their significant importance for all of the areas that we've discussed so far this afternoon. Then there's the legal and enforcement agenda. So this is, I guess, this is where I come in, part of my division's mandate. And we've been working to modernize the legal framework under the EU Budget Support Program and to step up our enforcement and prosecutions. And just land-based approaches to building resilience and climate adaptation, as well as connecting communities with the importance of forestry, which is part of our mission. And today we planted over 2,300 seedlings under this program. And lastly, there's RED+. I won't have time to go into the details of what RED+ is, but the idea is that under the United Nations Framework Convention system, wealthier nations assist and encourage countries like Jamaica who still have large intact forests to maintain them, and they support us financially and technically. And so we are building capacity for this program. So in closing, these are our contact details. I think I've run a bit of what RED+ is, but the idea is that under the United Nations Framework Convention system, wealthier nations assist and encourage countries like Jamaica who still have large intact forests to maintain them, and they support us financially and technically. And so we are building capacity for this program. So in closing, these are our contact details. I think I've run a bit over time, but I hope that the presentation has been informative, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Philip. And I'd like to thank the panelists for this informed and insightful presentation as part of this panel on this very important topic. We're having some comments from the chat. There's a question from UNESCO about the status of the declaration of the Portland Bight Protected Area as a biosphere reserve. That's a question that we perhaps could address quickly, but we want to wrap up in concluding in a short while. I'm going to ask the panelists if they could state quickly and perhaps restate for emphasis some of the strategies to address the threats identified in the presentations earlier. So I'll just quickly go to our panelists on that. But in terms of that response to that question, yes, the Portland Bight Protected Area is under consideration Just this morning, the committee met on the Biosphere Reserves nomination. There is the discussion right now to integrate the biosphere concept in our planning legislation, and that is taking place as we speak. That will support the nominations going forward. So yes, there's this active consideration for 4 sites in Jamaica, including the Portland Bight protected area. Right, so we're going to be concluding shortly. So I'm going to quickly go to our panelists. Damien, perhaps 2 strategies to address broadly the question of invasive species.
Okay, in terms of invasive species, one of the biggest problems we have is the lack of information. In Jamaica, we have few scientists, but we have a lot of people. And one of the strategies in dealing with this problem is first knowing where they are and what they're doing. And that's why we try and ask people to assist in terms of if you see something odd or hear something for the first time, contact the organization, contact NEPA, contact the university. Take a picture or share it, maybe on social media, so we can pick up on what is going on. The second strategy is we have to change some of our cultural norms. For example, one, if you have a pet and you don't like it, you release it in the wild. I have a cat, I don't like, I have a dog, I don't like, I release it in the bush. Releasing these animals, they will go out and do their natural instinct and hunt. And that is a major problem that we are having in protecting the iguanas, in protecting our local bats, and stuff like that. So 2 of the key things, and I'll just sum it up. We need your help in providing us with the information. And that will help us to deal with a management strategy and deal with the problems. And 2, we have to change some of our norms that we normally do. So when you're smuggling some seeds, I know a lot of people here also like marijuana and that. Our local marijuana is going because people are carrying a lot of new strains, carrying it in, and it go and it mix with our wild one. And then after a while, they have these hybrids, and then we can't find it. These are the way invasive works. So I say again, be careful with the smuggling, provide us with information, and we all come with a plan of action to deal with invasive species. It is a serious problem here and in most countries. Thank you.
Damien, and we got a comment from the chat as well relating to the point that you raised about public education from Ms. Roxborough, the need to sustain public education in this regard. Dr. Robinson, towards those strategies that you feel should be focused on in regards to chemical pollution as a threat? I mean, you have stated it in the presentation, but perhaps could you reinforce?
Thanks for the opportunity to reinforce that. As I indicated, we just need to change that subculture in terms of how we deal with organisms that we think are a problem. We tend to overuse and abuse chemicals. So if we could change that, we would be making a big stride forward. And of course, a lot of times, yes, we can reap the economic benefits from using some of these things, but we are also creating greater harm than good because of the way we use them. So how we utilize them and to make sure we do it properly, and how we dispose of what we don't want, etc. We could focus on that. I think we would reduce the effect that chemicals have on our biodiversity.
Thank you very much, Dr. Robinson. Mr. Parchment, any final word on the matter of strategies to address the concerns and issues in the protected area? I know you referred to the need for us to finalize on the regulations, and that is far advanced. But over to you, in brief.
So I'm not going to go back on the regulations. Maybe I want to talk about the fact that we are creating protected areas. It is very important that we do that, but they must be properly supported. So whether the funding is coming from the government or the government is partnering with private sector NGOs, funding has to be in place to give full support so that those can be properly operationalized, and that we're not coming to a place where we're wondering whether we're going to be keeping staff or whether we are going to be meeting those agreements that the country has signed off on. And I would say public education and engagement. I think one of the earlier speakers talked about joined up government, which is something that we've talked about for a long time, working together to protect what is ours so that we can have a future and that our great-great-grandchildren can do that as well.
Final word, Philip.
Sure.
I guess this is the challenge of going last. I think the panelists have covered all of the items I hope to. But the three things that I would mention are greater public awareness, better governance, and building partnerships. So in terms of awareness, Dr. Robinson highlighted that, you know, not every bush is to be cleared. That's not always a positive development. Sometimes it's important that we appreciate the significance of forests to us and how much we depend on them for our comfort and our lives and our livelihoods. And I think a greater awareness of that would assist in the problem, and would also reduce a lot of the illegal activities that we observe in our forests. In terms of better governance, we need to modernize our legislation. So there was quite a bit of discussion about that from Ms. Parchment and Dr. Robinson, and the question that was posed to Mr. McKenzie. So we need to modernize our legislation and ensure that you know, joined up government, so that different departments and agencies are working towards the same goal. Because there's no point in having a protected area if, in turn, you subsequently develop it. And then lastly, partnerships. We need to have the international partnerships, local partnerships, and civil society partnerships to ensure that we have the support to do the various things that we're trying to do in our forests.
Right. Thank you very much. I think we raised important points by our panelists in concluding this panel discussion today. We want to thank you, Dr. Robinson, Damian, Philip, Ingrid, for participating in this panel today. The discussions continue, and I'd like to thank our audience or participants to this conference today for contributing and to raise the questions in the chat as part of the discourse today. Thank you. We're concluding this session. I'm going to hand back to our chairman, Mr. Henry, but invite you to continue to participate in the consultations today, and it continues tomorrow. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Anthony, and thank you very much once again to the panelists. As mentioned, we continue to invite you to participate through the chat and through social media. And now, without further ado, we will move into the next session. The next session is Why Zoos Matter, Wildlife Conservation in Jamaica. We are privileged to have with us here today Mr. Joseph Joey Brown. Mr. Brown is the General Curator for Hope Zoo here in Kingston, Jamaica, and he has spent the last 15 years as a conservation biologist working globally between zoos and academia. Prior to coming to Jamaica, he completed his master's at the University of Oklahoma, studying the ecology of both crocodiles in the Philippines and iguanas in Fiji. He also worked as a herpetologist at the San Diego Zoo for 5 years after completing his Bachelor of Science in Ecology and Evolutionary Biology at the University of Kansas. Joey, the floor is yours.
All right. Thank you. All right. Well, thank you for having me. It's an honor to be here and represent Hope Zoo. You know, especially talking about Jamaica's future with sustainability and conservation. I think the zoo is hopefully going to continue to play a major role in that. We have a little presentation I'm going to talk to you guys about today, largely about why zoos matter. We're going to specifically on about Hope Zoo's role in wildlife conservation here in Jamaica. Okay. All right, so the zoo is obviously, Hope Zoo has been around in Jamaica since the 1960s. It's a national icon here. I love talking to people. I think it plays an important role in everyone's kind of childhood, and it continues to do that. And when it comes to conservation and education, I think specifically Jamaica's youth, the zoo can play a major role in that. And I think kind of that's what we'll go over today. And there's a lot that goes on at Hope Zoo. It's more than just a zoo. And I want to talk to you guys today about some of our wildlife rescue and rehab efforts, and kind of what all goes on behind the scenes that's not really known. So That's why I want to talk about people kind of have these perceptions of zoos. They're just a place to display animals, but it's way more than that, especially these days, and even more so at Hope Zoo, when education and conservation of our local wildlife is kind of one of our main top priorities. And so we're going to touch on a few of the different topics that have already been talked about this morning. Mr. Damian White was speaking about invasive alien species earlier. I think you guys will hear about that here shortly. We're also going to talk about, here we go, different matters. One, about a lot of our wildlife rescue and kind of education efforts, and just a kind of a background on Hope Zoo. And then the second part, and most of this presentation is going to be kind of focused on the conservation, background, and natural history of our kind of Jamaican iguana, this critically endangered species that we've been working for over 30 years to protect. So, brief background. Oh, we skipped a slide. All right. So we have about over 1,000 animals at Hope Zoo. 400 birds, 75 mammals, and over 500 reptiles. Of course, we have a lot of the iconic species, the lions, crocodiles, zebras, we have kangaroos and camels. And that's great for getting people kind of come into the zoo, the main attractions. But what we're going to kind of talk about that today is what more beyond of just being a zoo we focus on. So kind of one of the initial priorities or goals of the zoo is education and outreach. Connecting kids, connecting people of all ages to wildlife. You can read about animals in a book, you can read about, watch them on TV, but it's just not the same as what I like to call in-person education or hands-on kind of education. We routinely get these school groups coming to the zoo, and we're able to give kind of hands-on with these, snakes, iguanas, and a lot of species that people are typically very scared of. And you'd be surprised how quickly, this can make a difference of, someone being absolutely terrified of a snake. For instance, these kids in the upper right-hand, the picture in the upper right-hand corner, they came in totally, scared and terrified, but moments later, they had the biggest smiles on their face. They're holding a snake. And this is what we want to see. Our whole goal is people to come to the zoo and leave the zoo with a greater appreciation for wildlife, kids of all ages, so they're thinking more about their effect on the environment and hopefully having more concern about wildlife here in Jamaica. And we do a lot of collaboration with local schools and even local universities. Throughout the year, we get science teachers, biology teachers, bringing their classes to the zoo where we'll actually lead little kind of one-on-one workshops focusing just on Jamaica's native and endemic wildlife. And then we also act as like kind of a place for internships as well. So we get UTEC, UE, case interns that will come and work with us for 2 months, getting great hands-on experience with wildlife where they can't get anywhere else in Jamaica. Kind of what a lot we do at the zoo, which kind of goes on behind the scenes that not many people know about, is our wildlife rescue and rehab efforts. We pretty much are the kind of go-to wildlife sanctuary in Jamaica. There's not really anywhere else if there's an orphaned, Jamaican owl or injured wildlife, when these animals pop up, they end up coming to us at the zoo, and that's what, we work very closely with NEPA and all our local government stakeholders to bring these animals to Hope Zoo, and then my veterinary team and zookeeper team work tirelessly to kind of rehab these animals. So we're obviously known for a lot of our endemic and native birds, our Jamaican owls, our yellow-billed parrots, our black-billed parrots. We also have our Jamaican boas, all these precious wildlife, which usually if they were injured or found on the side of the road or have nowhere else to go, unfortunately we're there at the zoo. We have this whole back section of the zoo where we can bring in these injured wildlife and sometimes keep them for 2 months up to even over a year to get them the intense medical treatment and veterinary care they need before they can be released back into the wild. So, for example, this is us just releasing this barn owl that had been held at the zoo for over 8 months. It came to us as a baby owl, and we raised it up as just a tiny baby, hand feeding it every few hours, all day and night. And after 6 months of being at the zoo, we got to excitingly release it back into the wild. And this goes on throughout the year. We're constantly kind of rehabbing and releasing these animals. Another one of the main kind of efforts we do is with wildlife rescue of crocodiles. Obviously, crocodiles are one of our kind of big neighbors here in Jamaica, and they were here long before we have. But due to, obviously, urban development and urban sprawl, there's more and more kind of what we call human-crocodile conflicts, where human and crocodiles are coming in contact with each other. And so we're there. We kind of work very closely with our amazing colleagues at NEPA to act as almost like an emergency response team. So for instance, in the lower right corner is a picture of me, Ms. Treya Picking from NEPA, and some staff at the local airport, where a crocodile had wandered into the cargo airport parking lot overnight and was stuck in the parking lot. Fortunately, these good people had called NEPA to report it, and we were there to quickly respond. The picture in the top middle is also with me and Mr. Ricardo Miller of NEPA, where, in the middle of a tropical storm, there had been 2 crocodiles that popped up in the middle of the Bull Bay community. And this was on a Saturday morning. I always tell people wildlife rescue is definitely not a 9-to-5 job. It usually happens 9 o'clock on a Friday night or 6 a.m. on a Sunday morning. But, there needs to be people. It's important for there to be people there to respond. And that's where these partnerships, collaborations with NEPA come in handy, is where we can be there, respond, make sure local communities are safe, and then we can safely relocate these animals to better habitat. Oops. So now we'll kind of shift gears, and we're going to kind of focus on conservation and natural history of the Jamaican iguana, and kind of the role that zoo and other stakeholders have played in our precious Jamaican iguana. So Jamaican iguana, Cyclura colei, is an endemic species, so it's only found right here in Jamaica. It is the largest land vertebrate in Jamaica. It's critically endangered, which pretty much means it's on the verge of extinction. And today, there's estimated to be around 500 iguanas in the wild, but there's only one remaining kind of location population, which is the tiny little green dot up in the Hellshire Hills. And as we'll see in a bit, these iguanas used to be commonly widespread throughout the southern coast of Jamaica, but now they're just found in that one little area. But to talk about the history, by the mid to late 1800s, they're thought to be totally wiped out and extant from the mainland of Jamaica. And then by 1948, after being wiped out the Goat Islands, the Jamaican iguana was thought to be totally extinct and gone forever. Amazingly, in 1990, the Jamaican iguanas were rediscovered in the Hellshire Hills. And this was by the discovery of a local pig hunter, Edwin Duffus, who was hunting pigs up in the Hellshire Hills and came across this lizard living in a tree, and fortunately brought it back to Kingston. And this is really one of the greatest conservation success stories in the world, to have this species we thought was extinct and was rediscovered. And from there, this sparked this amazing kind of collaboration and partnership of various stakeholders to come together to save this species. So to go over a little timeline history, so in 1990, we had the rediscovery. In 1991, this is when the first hatchlings started being collected and brought back to Hope Zoo for head starting. And I'll touch about more on head starting here in a sec. But here in 1991, 1993, this is when all of these local and international stakeholders came together to form the Jamaican Iguana Recovery Group, which is one of the best parts of the story, and a key to any conservation story is collaboration and partnership. So we had the Jamaican Iguana Recovery Groups involves local stakeholders, for instance, Hope Zoo, NEPA, UDC, CCAM, the IOJ, UE, and then also international support and our partners at the Fort Worth Zoo, the San Diego Zoo, and the International Iguana Foundation. You'll see in a bit how everyone plays an important role in this conservation story. So what are the threats first? What are the threats that cause the species to go extinct and that are causing it to be on the verge of extinction? So number one, the biggest one is invasive alien species. Just like Mr. Damian White spoke about earlier, non-native, these non-native invasive species. The biggest ones are mongoose and cats. So the mongoose, the Indian mongoose, which is introduced into Jamaica, and feral cats, which live everywhere throughout Jamaica, are ferocious predators on the baby and hatchling iguanas. So pretty much none of the baby and hatchling iguanas are surviving to adults because they're getting killed by mongoose and cats. There's also some feral dogs that are capable of killing adult iguanas, and then feral pigs, which destroy the nest sites and eat the eggs where these iguanas are reproducing. Number two, besides invasive alien species, would be habitat loss. So obviously agricultural and urban development is kind of leading to deforestation. And then another deforestation factor is charcoal production, because this charcoal production leads from cutting down trees and timber extraction, which is degrading this precious Jamaica's tropical dry forests, which is needed for these iguanas. So what is a Head Start program? What are the goals of Head Starting? So to conserve, to protect any species, you need to address threats. And that's what Head Starting does. So the threats for the Jamaican iguana, the biggest threats, the most important threats, are these invasive species that are pretty much wiping out the baby and hatchling iguanas. And so kind of the goals, kind of the main point of this Head Start program is collecting these baby iguanas in the wild, and then bringing them to Hope Zoo, where then they're going to be raised in captivity for the next 4 or 5 years until they're at a much bigger, kind of stronger size. So typically we keep them at the zoo for 4 to 6 years, so they're about 2 feet long and about 1 kilogram in weight. And we've kind of figured out that at this size and age, we can release them back into the wild, and they're able to kind of evade, or they're no longer a threat from the cats and mongoose. And so we bring them in 5, 6 years and then release them back into the wild at this bigger size. So we're quote unquote kind of giving them a head start on life, you know. So if they were to stay in the wild and not head started, they'd be wiped out by these, you know, cats and mongoose. But because they spend this 5, 6 years at the zoo, they grow to this stronger size and are then able to survive once they're reintroduced. Oops. All right. So as I said, bigger size. So we're quote unquote kind of giving them a head start on life, you know. So if they were to stay in the wild and not head started, they'd be wiped out by these, you know, cats and mongoose. But because they spend this 5, 6 years at the zoo, they grow to this stronger size and are then able to survive once they're reintroduced in the wild. And then from 2007 to 2014, this improved a little bit to about 40 iguanas per year. But in 2015 and 2016, the zoo received some generous grant funding, which we were able to build a new Head Start facility and house more iguanas at the zoo. So in 2019, we brought back 100 iguanas. 2020, COVID year, starting year, is when we brought back 82 iguanas. And then excitingly, really cool kind of accomplishment is this year, 2021, we brought back the highest record of 150 iguana hatchlings to Hope Zoo at the Head Start facility. So this is just a kind of panoramic view of the facility. There's about 100 enclosures total, housing over 450 iguanas at this facility. So this is in the back of Hope Zoo. It's totally closed off to the public. You know, it's private. You know, we don't want people interacting with at this facility. And then the iguanas are getting very kind of premium care in this facility. And so we have over about 450 iguanas from various ages. We have some that were hatched in the wild in 2016, in 2017, and up till this most recent year in 2021. So basically every hatching year and around August, September, we're collecting babies from the wild. And at the same time, every year we're releasing kind of these bigger adult iguanas back into the wild to keep the program running and to keep the population growing. And so before we release these iguanas back into the wild every year, one of the really neat things we do is this health screen. We do a health screen every year. So we go over every iguana in this facility to assess their health and collect some really neat data to make sure these animals are physically fit and ready to be released. And this is when the kind of whole partnership and collaboration, teamwork thing comes into really cool play. So for about a week long, we have all our local partners, you know, NEPA, UDC, UE, CCAM, all local vets from the Veterinary Service Division. And then we have full-on vet teams from Fort Worth Zoo and San Diego Zoo that fly in and help bring in equipment to help really neat data to make sure these animals are physically fit and ready to be released. And this is when the kind of whole partnership and collaboration, teamwork thing comes into really cool play. So for about a week long, we have all our local partners, you know, NEPA, UDC, UE, CCAM, all local vets from the Veterinary Service Division. And then we have full-on vet teams from Fort Worth Zoo and San Diego Zoo that fly in and help bring in equipment to help do blood analysis, fecal analysis, parasite analysis, just to make sure these animals are ready to go. And at the same time, we're collecting very important data to learn about our Jamaican iguana. And it's just a cool, intense week for about 7 days of sunrise to sunset, just assessing all these iguanas and everyone just playing their role and working together. And so what all this data and research has shown so far is that there's very low survivalship of iguanas that are not head started. So any hatchlings that are not brought to Hope Zoo and that are staying in the wild, they're not surviving. They're getting eaten by these alien species. And so this kind of further highlights how critical the zoo and the Head Start program is into saving the species. Because if the babies, if we were kind of just, this is the main goal of, they're not only surviving in the wild, but now these Head Start iguanas are reproducing and helping this wild population grow. And so they're getting more babies and more nesting females. And this is why, if you look at all conservation programs around the world, this program here in Jamaica, is internationally known as one of the greatest kind of, so far, conservation success stories of the recovery of this iguana. So just want to finish kind of saying, kind of further highlighting the need of these conservation management methods. So the IUCN Species Recovery Plan denotes the Jamaican iguana as conservation dependent, which pretty much means without these efforts, the Head Start program, the invasive species control, this species would go extinct, without a doubt. So, for example, if we were pretty much to stop the Head Start program and stop bringing iguanas back to the zoo tomorrow and just leave them be in the wild, they're not going to make it. And so this is something that, needs to continue not only at the zoo, but in the field with our NEPA rangers and everyone kind of coming together. Because if we give up now, this national flagship species, our largest land vertebrate, could be wiped off Jamaica forever. But I think I'm very hopeful, just because I've seen over the last 30 years everyone come together from both Jamaica and abroad to do their part and help save our Jamaican iguana. So I just want to say thank you specifically to my amazing zoo team and vet team at the zoo for their tirelessly together. Because if we give up now, this national flagship species, our largest land vertebrate, could be wiped off Jamaica forever. But I think I'm very hopeful, just because I've seen over the last 30 years everyone come together from both Jamaica and abroad to do their part and help save our Jamaican iguana. So I just want to say thank you specifically to my amazing zoo team and vet team at the zoo for their tirelessly daily care of the animals, rehabbing these animals. And then also all of our partners in the Jamaican Iguana Recovery Group. So our amazing colleagues at NEPA, UDC, CCAM, IOJ, UE, especially our partners in the U.S. at Fort Worth Zoo and San Diego Zoo. So thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Joey, for that very interesting and insightful presentation. I think we can all agree that zoos are far more than just a place to go and see exotic animals. The conservation work, though behind the scenes, is critical to maintaining the biodiversity and hence the health of our Jamaican landscapes. Again, thank you very much.
Thank
Joey.
you.
We appreciate you taking the time for being here with us today.
I appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
All right. All right, recognizing the time, we're going to move right along. The next session that we have is Ecosystem Restoration, Lessons Learned. Now today we're very, very fortunate. We have with us one of the foremost restoration specialists who will be moderating this session, Dr. Camilla Trench, lecturer and academic coordinator at coordinator at UA Discover Bay Marine Lab. But before we do that, we're going to take a short break, and then we will come back and have Dr. Trench and his distinguished panelists, Ms. Lorraine Jones, Ms. Denise Henry, Ms. Monique Curtis, and Mr. Delano Mighty, all of whom will be here shortly. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back, everyone, and thank you for staying with us. As I was saying before the break, we're privileged to have with us today Camilla Trench, lecturer and academic coordinator, UWI Discovery Bay Marine Lab. He is a marine biologist. His post of lecturer in marine sciences at the University West Indies Discovery Bay Marine Lab has allowed him to work with the university over the last 17 years, and he's a key member of UWI's marine sciences team. He assists and secures and manages over $5 million worth of projects. And this is project funding in various fields of research, including marine sciences and environmental management. He has spent over 10 years studying mangrove rehabilitation in Jamaica, and along with his colleagues, has collaborated with entities such as the National Environment and Planning Agency, the Forestry Department, the Environmental Foundation of Jamaica, Forest Conservation Fund, numerous environmental consultancy firms, and NGOs. He is one of the island's primary and foremost consultants on mangrove ecology, conservation, coastal forest rehabilitation. He has over 10 publications and 50 technical reports and EIA contributions. Very impressive, if I do say so myself. Mr. Trench is also the safety director for the island's only hyperbaric treatment facility, which is housed at UWI's Discovery Bay Marine Lab. And he's treated or managed the treatment of over 150 fishermen and recreational divers. As a diver myself, I can only say thank you very much, Mr. Trench. Mr. Trench graduated from Ferncourt High School. He's currently the alumni president, and I'm sure that was put here so that he could big up his school. Brownstown Community College, and holds a bachelor's degree in zoology and botany, and later obtained a Master of Science degree in Tropical Ecosystems Assessment and Monitoring in 2008. Dr. Trench has just completed his PhD studying mangrove rehabilitation approaches in Jamaica. He is also an instructor in basic life support and a PADI open water scuba instructor, and has trained over 100 scuba divers and has over 200 emergency first responders trained by him as well. Camilla also wants us to tell you that he's a registered farmer, a novice plumber, and firmly believes in skills training for all youth. Dr. Trench, the floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, Mr. Henry. Okay, so thank you very much for the ministry for having me. All protocols observed, so my apologies for not being lengthy with it. So today we have a very interesting panel, and we have a very good set of persons, individuals, which I'm no stranger to them, and I'm happy to say we are showing the prowess of the University of the West Indies by having some of these persons here, majority. Mr. Mighty, you're welcome as well as a UTech man. So we have with us Miss Lorraine Jones, Miss Monique Curtis, Miss Denise Henry, she's online, and Mr. Delano Mighty online as well. So Miss Lorraine Jones, I won't take up much of her time. So I'll just say that she's a marine ecologist by training, and she currently is the project manager for the IWECO project based in Negril, primarily Negril area. She has over 15 years experience working in environmental services and expertise concentrated on natural resources management and project management. So we'll ask Ms. Jones to give us her take on the IWECO project.
Thank you all for having me. As Mr. Trench says, I'm Lorraine Jones. I'm the project manager for the national sub-project, Biodiversity Mainstreaming in Coastal Landscapes in the Negril Environmental Protection Area of Jamaica. This national project is part of a regional project, which is the Integrating Water, Land, and Ecosystems Management in Caribbean Small Island Developing States, which has been executed in 10 Caribbean countries. Our national sub-project is funded by the Global Environment Facility, the Government of Jamaica, and also by UNEP. So why this project? So we're really focusing today on the hydroecological restoration of the Negril Great Morass. In a nutshell, the focus of the activities will include addressing key management.
Yes, we want to see your face, so no problem.
Okay, sorry about that. So let me refresh it. The national sub-project is geared towards restoration of ecosystem services provided and restoring biological diversity. In a nutshell, it focuses on activities to address key management issues within the Negral EPA, including control and management of invasive alien species. You would have heard some talk about invasive alien species earlier by Mr. Animals Rooster, sorry, Mr. White. Habitat rehabilitation and rehydration of the morass, which is really to re-wet the morass. It is expected that the activities from this project will result in significant benefits to the area, mainly impact positively on biodiversity and ecosystems of the Negral EPA through the restoration of the morass, reduction in the degradation of peat resources. The morass is a peat, the base of the morass is peat, so the aim is to also reduce the reduction of the peat resources, contribute to human health, air quality, water quality, and improve livelihoods. We always have to remember that there's a human element to all our projects. It's not just about the flora and the plants and animals. Humans are also a part of it, so we have to ensure that their livelihoods are also strengthened and sustained, and that we inform of the good practices that they can also exhibit to ensure that we have continued success in this area. So why the reason for the project? The morass is experiencing several threats, mainly caused by human actions, such as coastal development and draining of the area. The draining resulted in drying out of the morass. Animal communities were affected, and there has been frequent fires within the morass due to the drying out of the peat. With these threats, the ecological services that are provided by the morass have been compromised. Some of these services include groundwater recharge, flood control, maintenance of water quality, it helps to trap sediment, coastal protection, coastal protection, and climate control. So I'm just going to set some context as to why the morass is such an important area to protect. We're on the wrong slide. Okay. Historically, the hydrological regime of the morass had five main rivers. The Orange River, the Fish River, both which exited the coastal area in the Orange Bay area. The North Negral River, there was a middle river which consisted of five freshwater inlets that formed the middle river, and that middle river exited the coastline along Long Bay. And there is also the South Negral River, which traversed the southern part of the morass towards the east. So in the 1950s, there was a major drainage program that was undertaken, which drastically changed the routes of the drainage routes that I just mentioned. We're here now, yes. So you can see the historical river routes from 1804, and then you see the changes. As I mentioned before, you had the Fresh River and the Orange River, which exited in Orange Bay, the Middle River, which was from 4 main freshwater inputs, which exited in Long Bay, and also the South Negral River. Fast forward now to 1987, which is the result of drainage works that were conducted in 1950s, where the Orange River and the Fresh River were canalized into the North Negral River. An east canal was put in that traversed the area from north to south, and also the South Negral River was also straightened in some areas. This resulted in the area quickly draining, so now the water is not retained in the area as long as it used to before because of these enhanced drainage features. Also, the springs that originated to the east of the morass, which is from the hills along Fish River Hills, those are also captured by the East Canal. So all of those, that water is to come in and flow across the morass have now been captured and are now quickly exiting the area. And this has resulted in the drying out of the peat. So the peat now starts to sink, which is called subsidence. Because it's now drier, we also have more frequent fires, not frequent flyers, frequent fires in the area. And also it affected the habitat, the habitat and the ecosystem services provided. So the habitat change is because it's drier. The species present, the plant species present has also changed. There have now been intrusion of saline, of salt water via the North Canal. At the periods of high tide, the North Canal allows salt water into the morass. And so there have also been, incidents of invasive species which represent that saline intrusion is occurring. So the habitat has changed to show that there is also a saline intrusion.
So Ms. Jones, in the interest of time, it's very interesting that the human impacts have definitely altered the wetland in the Negril. So it is clearly a bad situation now. The peat is sinking, the biodiversity is reducing. So how do we solve this? What are the proposed scenarios for us solving this issue?
Okay, so a study was undertaken to do a hydrological assessment, which includes also a LiDAR assessment, which really uses light to determine minute changes in the ground level to determine where water will pond or pool. So 4 scenarios were put forward by the consultants. The first one here that you're seeing is to address the bushfires, which is divided into sub-catchment areas, and put in bonds, which are really earthen berms,
right.
yes,
So
earthen berms that will help to capture rainwater. This was also, there's another one which involves doing some work along the East Canal, putting in blockers to ensure that the water will flow back into the middle of the morass. So 2 scenarios were checked to determine if it's the most northern option or the middle option. It was determined that if we choose the higher option, more water will flow into the middle of the morass to ensure that the fire areas is also affected.
So based on the discussions from the stakeholders there, what is there a preferred option based on your different alternatives?
There's not a preferred option yet because we actually have 4 options that together will give us an intervention in a wider area. So the proposals are still being reviewed by the stakeholders.
Okay.
So we have not decided on a preferred method or an order in which the interventions will be implemented as it.
But this work sounds pretty expensive. Who do we have to thank for this funding?
We have the funders, which is Global Environment Facility, the United Nations Environment Program, and also the government of Jamaica, who are the 3 main sponsors of the program.
Okay, all right. Well, in the interest of time, I think we'll pick up some questions later, but
sure.
I think that was very informative. And to imagine that the Negril morass, which is something so important for that entire region, for the entire western side of the island, will receive some restoration inputs. That's pretty impressive, and hats off to the agency and the ministry for implementing same. So switching focus to a different type of ecosystem, similar but slightly different, we have none other than Miss Monique Curtis. Oh, Denise Henry, sorry. We have Denise Henry next from the Alligator Head Foundation. And Denise is, she's currently the research program manager at Alligator Head Foundation. She has a MPhil in marine sciences, and currently Alligator Head Foundation focuses on marine conservation. It's a non-profit, and they aim to restore the fish sanctuary in East Portland of Jamaica. So Denise has worked on a plethora of ecosystems, from corals, mangroves, seagrasses throughout her career, and she has outplanted over 4,000 coral fragments. Imagine that. So that's pretty impressive. So we're switching from slightly wetland into the sea. And now we want to welcome Miss Denise Henry to tell us about how she can live in harmony with nature. Thank you, Denise.
Thank you, Dr. Trench. Continuing the theme of living in harmony with nature, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about coral restoration. And I'm going to talk about the importance of coral reefs, threats that are facing coral reefs. And Hi, are you seeing my screen yet?
We're seeing, well, I was seeing the screen. Yes,
right.
we're seeing it. Go ahead.
Provide significant ecological services to us as human beings. These include coastal protection, which is the formation of a barrier in the water that protects our coastline, or beaches or coastal properties, roads that Get Ahead Foundation have been doing to alleviate some of this threat. So we might all wonder why we should care about coral reefs. And coral reefs are important because they provide significant ecological services to us as human beings. These include coastal protection, which is the formation of a barrier in the water that protects our coastline, or beaches or coastal properties, roads that run along the coastline. And this barrier will stop heavy wave energy from damaging all the areas that I've mentioned before. Coral reefs are also one of the main sources of fish that we in developing countries utilize. A lot of the commercially important fish like snapper and grouper, as well as things like lobster, reside on coral reefs, and this is where they're harvested from. And coral reefs are really important for providing opportunities for recreational activities. Jamaica is known for its white sand beaches, and this is as a result of the presence of coral reefs in our waters. The majority of sand on our beaches is as a result of broken down coral skeleton. Coral reefs also provide opportunities for recreational fishing, snorkeling, and diving. So we can thank coral reefs for all of these ecological functions. But coral reefs also face threats. And some of these threats include pollution. The improper disposal of waste inevitably ends up in the ocean, and this can smother our corals and cause them to die. Climate change results in ocean warming that causes thermal stress on corals, and like all other organisms, corals don't really like to be too hot. And as a result, they go through a process or a phenomenon called coral bleaching. At worst, coral bleaching will result in the death of corals, and at best, in the weakening of its skeleton. So in no way is coral bleaching good for corals.
Interject, in the interest of time especially, I know you have some very interesting information about the importance of coral reef, and we know, a lot of us know the threats. What kind of interventions are you doing out of the Alligator Head Foundation that can advise us or advise Jamaica in the right direction we should be going?
Okay, so we'll just skip right ahead to the restoration work that we're doing at the foundation. We conduct restoration through the process of two different nursery types. We have our in situ nursery or in-water nursery. So this is located in the ocean. We harvest corals, grow them in this protected environment. When they are of an adequate size, we'll outplant them to the reef, to their natural environment, and allow them to grow and return to their normal ecological function, which, as I've already kind of explained some of those, but in the picture you can see habitat. You can see lots of different fish that are surrounding the pieces of corals that were outplanted that are now 2 years old. And if you look properly, you'll see that there are fish inside the branches of that coral, right? So it provides a home. We also carry out land-based restoration, and this is relatively new. We have a state-of-the-art wet lab at our offices in Portland, in which we have a climate-controlled facility. We can control the light, the water temperature, water flow rate, nutrient additives, anything you need to create the absolute best environment for corals to grow. And in this environment, we focus on the slower growing corals that don't do so well in our in-water nursery.
Yes, I was just about to say, as a lot of the focus on coral reef restoration is on branching corals. So it's very impressive that you guys are focusing on the boulder type large corals. And 4,000 corals in a few years, that's quite impressive. But I will segue very quickly, because we have to wrap up very shortly, into a different type of ecosystem which is protected by the corals, which are the mangrove ecosystems, which I'm going to welcome Miss Curtis to join us in the conversation right now. Miss Monique Curtis is the manager of the ecosystems branch at NEPA, and she's going to tell us about a mangrove restoration in Falmouth, in Trelawney. So, Miss Curtis, over to you, please.
Thank you, Dr. Trench. Good afternoon, everyone. So I will just quickly introduce everyone to a mangrove restoration process that's being undertaken by NEPA in collaboration with Dr. Trench and his team at the University of the West Indies. Now, the significance of these types of projects is that we have a lot of global commitments, as well as call for actions in various documentation, that we have to implement activities that will seek to reverse degradation of various ecosystems type. And the subject for today's discussion is our wetland ecosystem. This is not the first type of project that's been undertaken by the agency. Through multilateral funding, we've implemented projects in Negril. Ms. Jones would have spoken earlier about the one that we're currently implementing. We have done projects on seagrass, and we've done mangrove restoration projects before in Portland Bight. Now, for this area that we have acquired, called Wims Morass in Falmouth, this was as a result of some impact as a result of development activities in Falmouth. As a requirement, the agency required that the persons undertaken the activity compensated for the damage that would have resulted from the development activity. And this resulted in the... So we're also, alongside doing the restoration, we're looking at tree preservation order to protect the area and safeguard the work that we're doing there. One key element is that we have to do the ecological surveys that will inform the restoration process. So we're not just going to go in and plant seedlings, not knowing what are the actual impacts in those areas. It's feel good to plant the seedlings.
It's very important you mentioned that, because I was about to ask, how are the natural recruits or the seedlings doing? How are they faring since the restoration input?
So we can skip to that. So since we had gone in, we had done the work, we had looked at the ecological status of the area, we realized what was the actual cause of the damage. And the actual cause for this particular location was that there was some reclamation or dumping of material in the area. Now, in order to reverse that impact, we would have had now to go in to restore the water regime or restore the hydrological features in that area. And in doing that, secondarily, you will have your seedlings naturally coming back and recruiting into the area.
Excellent.
So we've essentially created the environment that will essentially allow for natural recruitment.
And it's so interesting because more than likely an excavator helped to put that material there. And
Yes.
I see in the photograph that an
Yes,
excavator
we had to remove
took it
over
out.
100 truckloads of material from that site in order to restore the water inflow and then allow for seedlings to be introduced into the area,
Correct.
naturally coming back and recruiting into the area.
Excellent.
So we've essentially created the environment that will essentially allow for natural recruitment.
And it's so interesting because more than likely an excavator helped to put that material there. And I
Yes.
see in the photograph that an
Yes,
excavator
we had to remove
took it
over
out.
100 truckloads of material from that site in order to restore the water inflow and then allow for seedlings to be introduced into the area.
Right. So thank you very much for that informative talk. And I'm sorry to rush through, but it's very interesting that I look at the mechanization happening there. And right along, I want to introduce Mr. Delano Mighty, who comes from the industrial side of things. He's a new business engineer at West Kingston Power Partners. Mr. Mighty was a bachelor degree in chemical engineering, also doing his master's. And Mr. Mighty is going to tell us how he interacts with the ecosystem as an industrial stakeholder. Mr. Mighty, over to you. Delano, are you there? All right, so while we get Mr. Mighty online, I must ask Miss Curtis. So I realize you'd mentioned 3 preservation orders for Falmouth. Has that been a successful strategy? I know you have to do it alongside with the municipal corporations. What's the status of that?
Right, so this is the first time the agency will be using the Tree Preservation Order, which is a regulation under the TCPA Act. This portion of the regulation is actually implemented or designated by your local municipal corporation. So we're actually working with the Trelawney Municipal Corporation to actually get this designation through. So it's an instrument that's actually enforced by the corporation, but because we have an interest in protecting this area that we own, we will also be using our enforcement capacities to safeguard that site.
Excellent. And as you mentioned, Mr. Mighty, are you with us now? Delano? We can't hear you, Delano. All right, so I'll use the opportunity to ask Miss Henry. And I know you may not have as many mangroves in Falmouth, but you certainly have a whole lot. Well, I think you have some coral reefs. So, Miss Henry, what sets East Portland aside from the other marine ecosystems in Jamaica? What is so special about East Portland that you want to share with us?
Well, the sanctuary that we work in East Portland, there's a newly designated protected area, which is the East Portland Special Fisheries Conservation Area. That's a 6 kilometer, that is a 6 kilometer stretch of coastline and the associated ecosystems. So we have within that all coral reef, mangroves, seagrasses, all located in the protected area. The foundation operates to conserve and protect all of these environments.
All right, thank you very much, Denise. I think we have Delana joining us. Delana, are you with us now?
Yes, which includes electricity, heat, and transport, takes up almost 3/4 of that amount. And so we've had many things that were done, talking about stuff like the Industrial Revolution, etc., that has caused much damage to the environment in the name of capitalism. However, capitalists and businesses on a whole are now realizing more than ever that we depend on those resources from our ecosystems to thrive, because you can actually have a cascading effect. Once you lose a species, let's say you lose a particular type of fish, you end up disenfranchising fishermen, and essentially that collapses a section of the economy. And so you end up with economic collapse after some time. And of course, there are many different effects of ecosystem degradation, which can include the reduction of food supply, increased prevalence of diseases, increased global temperatures, and of course, increased unemployment. Now, as Jamaica Energy Partners, we have taken many approaches to helping with the ecological restoration process. Every year we participate in tree planting exercises as well as coastal cleanups to essentially give those organisms the tools that they need to redevelop the ecological balance for those locations. We also continue to explore technology to reduce and reutilize waste, such as alternative energy types, waste to energy, as well as the implementation of renewable energy. We also take an indirect approach. We have annual sponsorships and funding, which is handled by our CSR team. Additionally, we do a lot of environmental testing and reporting subject to both local and international standards. So we're subject to NEPA's standards. We're also subject to standards for the World Bank and for IDB. In the future, I mean, for organizations on a whole, we need to be able to create the conditions for organisms to perform ecological restoration directly. And that will, of course, include the efficient and sustainable use of resources, taking into consideration such things as ethical capitalism, waste reduction, reutilization, conservation, etc. We want to be able to offset and compensate for the ecological and social impacts of production. As organizations, we'll have to also lobby for encouraging policy rather encouraging ecological restoration and conservation. And finally, we would want to support small enterprises looking to implement sustainable business practices, including co-investment with the public sector. And those were my 5 minutes. Thank you. We want to be able to offset and compensate for the ecological and social impacts of production. As organizations, we'll have to also lobby for encouraging policy rather encouraging ecological restoration and conservation. And finally, we would want to support small enterprises looking to implement sustainable business practices, including co-investment with the public sector. And those were my 5 minutes. Thank you.
That was excellent, sir. I was just about to ask you, how important is community engagement to your operations? But I realized you had some pictures up of tree planting, etc. Do you have a core team that you work with?
Well, our CSR team typically handles all of those arrangements. However, it is a community effort. At the end of the day, we have these initiatives both in our impact areas, West Kingston, East Kingston, Old Harbour Bay, as well as other locations across the island, just to make sure that we leave a positive footprint behind. So our tree planting exercises every year. I went this year, it was fantastic. We planted, I think it was close to 300 trees, essentially. That was in the Blue Mountain 2 range in St. Thomas. We've had trash haul this year, which saw some fishermen cleaning up the ocean waters in the Old Harbour Bay region. And trust me, everything that we do is geared towards encouraging development in the environment.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. And I realize, well, I think we all realize coming from this, the panel of presenters, that our ecosystems are definitely very well connected. In fact, I would like to ask Ms. Jones quickly, did the degradation of the Negril morass have anything to do with the coral loss and the loss of the sand along the Negril shoreline?
Well, maybe not directly, but it can be inferred that because of the draining of the rapid draining of the morass, the sediment load that would have been taken out in the morass through settling is now actively being flushed out to sea. And also there's been more, because of farming practices along the borders of the morass, and the use that we love to use fertilizers. So some of that has also been going out and may have also been affecting the coastal resources.
Okay, thank you. So by restoring that ecosystem, we'll be absorbing some of that pollution.
Yes,
Sounds
we should
excellent.
be.
I want to thank my panelists as I turn it back over to Mr. Ainsley Henry to wrap up the proceedings. Thank you very much. Have a lovely day.
All right, thank you very much to the panel, and thank you very much, Dr. Trench, for your excellent stewardship of the proceedings. I think we're able to recover a little bit of time. So in closing, it's been my distinct pleasure to be here this morning as your moderator for this, the first session of the National Biodiversity Conference, themed Living in Harmony with Nature, Issues, Challenges, and Solutions. Now, the only thing I will say in closing here now is that restoring biodiversity is an opportunity, and it must play a key part in efforts to address development challenges in areas such as water, food security, health, and sustainable livelihoods. It is clear to us that healthy ecosystems are critical in renewing communities across our islands, and stronger and healthy communities are important in addressing these issues and sustaining strategies implemented to protect and maintain the biodiversity. Now, I would be remiss if I didn't take the opportunity to make a plug for the Forestry Department and the National Tree Planting Initiative. And so, at this point, I must encourage each and every Jamaican to go out, plant a tree, come to the Forestry Department. You can get seedlings for free there, as we move towards planting 3 million trees in 3 years as mandated by our Prime Minister, and in fulfillment of a commitment made by our country to the world. Thank you all for joining us. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow when we will have the second day of the Jamaica National Biodiversity Conference. Have a good day and stay safe.
Trees are essential to the sustenance of nature, climate, and humanity. They supply the oxygen we breathe by filtering toxins from the air and purifying the water we drink through their root systems. While fighting climate change, trees keep our planet cool by trapping carbon dioxide. Indeed, forests provide a canopy and habitat for an infinite number of flora and fauna, prolonging the life of endangered species. Over generations, our forest reserves have depleted drastically worldwide by our actions. Let us begin by planting a tree for each of us to restore the forests on our island, Jamaica, land of wood and water. Plant a tree, protect Jamaica, preserve the planet.
The Forestry Department is leading the implementation of the National Tree Planting Initiative, which seeks to plant 3 million trees in 3 years, one for each Jamaican plus a little extra for good measure. So I'm inviting each Jamaican to visit our nurseries across the island and collect your tree seedling and make your mark towards this great goal for Jamaica.
$3 million trees in 3 years. That's what we're talking about today. My name is Loy Morgan, and I'm the nursery coordinator of the Forestry Department. Here's a fun fact. You can get up to 10 trees for free, and these are ornamental. That means they offer flowers, they offer shade, and they are attractive. Also, if you want more than 10 seedlings, you may simply write to us at fdinfo@forestry.gov.jm. Now, our collection points are all over. We have 3 nurseries at which you may collect: Monique in St. Anne, Williamsfield in Manchester, and our head office at 173 Constant Spring Road in Kingston.
Hi, I'm Eliana Charles, and I'm here with my father, Pernell Charles, and today we will be planting a guava tree.
And that's our favorite fruit, and we got this tree from the Forestry Department. So, let's get it done. Some of the tools you need when planting a tree: a fork, you'll need a shovel, a good old machete.
And you need a watering can.
The first thing we're going to do is we dig a hole and make sure that it is deep enough, wide enough to fit the tree. And we're going to keep, of course, our soil so we can backfill the hole. We have planted our guava tree, and we invite the entire Jamaica to plant a tree. Plant a tree,
Protect Jamaica,
and preserve the planet.
Trees are essential to the sustenance of nature, climate, and humanity. They supply the oxygen we breathe by filtering toxins from the air and purifying the water we drink through their root systems. While fighting climate change, trees keep our planet cool by trapping carbon dioxide. Indeed, forests provide a canopy and habitat for an infinite number of flora and fauna, prolonging the life of endangered species. Over generations, our forest reserves have depleted drastically worldwide by our actions. Let us begin by planting a tree for each of us to restore the forests on our island, Jamaica, land of wood and water. Plant a tree, protect Jamaica, preserve the planet.
The Forestry Department is leading the implementation of the National Tree Planting Initiative, which seeks to plant 3 million trees in 3 years, one for each Jamaican plus a little extra for good measure. So I'm inviting each Jamaican to visit our nurseries across the
whatever the ailment may be.
This is what I would like to